1948, Mr. Robert Plant was born.
Man, that is a great song.
Mm-hmm.
I like 80s Robert Plant.
Is that song from the 80s?
That's solo, not with Led Zeppelin. Although didn't one of the Led Zeppelin people help him with that?
I don't think so.
Probably.
It seemed
They're still pals, ain't they?
I could be
I
wrong.
mean, yeah, sort of.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, that's a great song. I've underappreciated Robert Plant as a solo artist. I believe I have underappreciated him. I should pay more attention to him.
When he came to the Eccles, most recently, I've seen him solo 3 or 4 times. He still put on an amazing show. You would have loved it, Bill, I think, if you'd gone to that show.
Yeah,
he always surrounds himself with amazing musicians and backup singers, and
so that would make him 72, 73, 72, and still kicking it.
Yep.
I think it has something to do. I think rock and roll guys, like him and Mick Jagger, and they're able to get the blood transfusions from teenagers.
See, that's what you need.
They get teenage blood transfusion. Oh God, don't tell me. That's exactly what I need. I need teenage blood transfused.
I bet there's a friend of the program give you a pint.
Probably. Actually, I was reading about this the other day. I think in the New York Times. Wealthy people are doing that.
They're getting blood transfusions,
particularly from teenagers.
Now this sounds like a QAnon thing. I'm uncomfortable with this line of dialogue.
I mean, it's bull crap. It's bull crap, but they are doing it.
You're only afraid of it because it's the truth.
That's right, Gina.
They're eating babies. It's a pedophile ring.
No, it is in fact true. They're these people who are trying to rejuvenate their lives, and that's one of the things that they do. Is that they have a supply, and I don't know where it comes from, but it's blood from teenaged people.
Where did you see this?
New York Times. Now, Gina, it's not like they're slaughtering teenagers and hanging them upside down and draining their blood and giving it to them. No, it's voluntary. If you would be willing to donate your blood, and they pay a premium for it. So that's what I need. I need some teen blood. Listen. I've just about had it.
With everything?
Yes. Yeah. I was I'm just experiencing this kind of breakdown of my body systems all of a sudden, and it doesn't feel good. It's disheartening to have that happen, and I mean the only thing that seems to work properly, and there is some dispute about that, is my brain. But I was watching that video. I watched a little bit of the video of our virtual happy hour cocktail contest, or from Park City Restaurant
Katie
Association.
Posted that.
Do we have that? Is it on our website yet, Katie? I know.
Or our social medias, at least.
She put it on our social media.
It's on our social medias. I don't know about the website, if that's been fixed or not.
Okay.
Nick was not here today or yesterday.
Okay. So anyway, I'm watching a few moments of that, and I'm watching myself, and I'm responding to things fine, and I'm talking and all of that, but I realize I'm doing something weird with my eyes.
I've noticed that too.
I'm going.
Like
I'm
you're trying to open your eyes really wide.
And I'm going, what the hell is that?
What am I doing?
And I mentioned it to my wife, and she said, "Oh yeah, you've been doing that for a while."
I've noticed that.
And I said, "What? What is it?" And all I can speculate is she said, "I only notice it like when we're having dinner and you're looking down. When you're looking, see, if you're just looking up and talking but if you're looking down at something and eating or working on something, I notice it. And during that conversation, and now you'll all go and look at it and go, my God, what's he doing with it? It's, there's something, my eyes have changed or something, and I'm trying to focus them. And I'm doing it unconsciously. But it's just, so you see that in yourself and you go, what
the hell?
I need some teenage blood. That's what I need.
Won't you please give to Bill Allred?
So if you're a teenager and would like to sign up for the Bill Allred blood drive, please.
Please give.
Of course, the Democratic convention last night.
I actually went to bed with a smile on my face, and I slept soundly because I had a bedtime story from Barack Obama, and that I'm not kidding, that made me feel better for a minute.
Good. I'm glad it did. What I took away from it is the importance of voting. And
Yes.
I have determined, and I will spread this message wherever I go, please, and on the radio every day I'm going to say it. You need to vote. You need to vote early, and you need to vote as many times as you can.
Vote early and vote often.
Every person needs to vote as many times as he or she can.
That's Bill Allred encouraging voter fraud right there. You heard it, folks.
Now, I'm not very political. I usually think people who vote are a bit fruity.
Now I'm self-conscious. I don't know when I'm doing that. I
The
don't
eye
know
thing?
when I'm. Yeah.
Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
know when I'm doing that with my eyes.
Tell you what, if I notice it, I'll give you one of these. Okay?
Okay.
Just kind of subtly. If I notice it, but I'm not good at noticing things like that.
Well, good. And I think probably most people aren't, and the big mistake I've just made is now pointing it out.
Now it'll be all they see.
Yeah, because now that's all people
Well,
are going to see is
so,
all
folks,
blinking.
Here's what you do, folks. Is you go to x96.com/live. You can see us broadcasting from our homes with the split screen technology thing going. And just watch Bill, and when it happens, alert him in our chat room right there.
You're doing
With-
it, Bill.
He did it.
So what I was doing unconsciously, I think, is it this, Gene, if you've noticed it?
Yeah.
I was going,
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah. Like kind of raising your eyebrow. It kind of like,
yeah.
ooh, like, and blinking and
I think-
open your
I
eyes
thi- and
kind of
it-
wide.
And I think what it is that my eyes they've changed. The vision has changed, and I'm trying to get them to focus And I've noticed when I'm reading, particularly, it's kind of been more difficult for me to focus. I need to go see Doctor.
Yeah, you
Dr.
need a
Hoops, and-
follow-up.
Yeah.
A Hoops follow-up.
I had my eyes checked at the doctor the other day, and she said, your eyes are fine. They're not 20/20. You're fine. You don't need glasses, but you're right on the edge. And I think, well, that's boring. Never mind. But I used to have monovision. I think my one eye that was 20/20 has now receded, so they're both equal. Mm-hmm. And I'm slightly nearsighted again, and I'm not used to that. I bet it'd stop if I put on some glasses.
Time for
You
a
need to go
tune-up.
see Dr. Hoops.
Yeah.
Yep. Time for a tune-up.
Yep. Well, I guess we ought to get the show going.
Yeah, let's do. The sooner we get it started, the sooner it gets over.
Yeah, that's for sure. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. If you've been watching us at x96.com/live, have you noticed my weird blinking problem? Do you have any teenage blood on hand that you're willing to give, or do you know where we can get some? Yeah, 877-602-9696. That's the number. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. It's reassuring to us. It's mainly just to reassure us that you're out there and that you're ready for a show. You can also text at 33986. And, if you go to x96.com/live, you can also get involved in the chat room there, which is a merry little band of people who are mostly very convivial and don't argue a lot.
Blaine reminding us that actually Robert Plant was knighted, so it is Sir Robert Plant
Yeah, very good.
with
All right.
with the teenage blood infusion. Sir Teenage Blood Infusion. All right, let's get this over with, and we'll get going right after these. At 877-602-9696. Call and check in now.
Summer is flying by, and X96 and Menlo
back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds
Oh,
better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse, and then so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know what a burro.
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was the 24th of July parade. So we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go. Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Oh.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came. "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Oh, hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it was just like, he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
Because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No.
So that
He could have been hurt bad.
yeah, he could have. Yeah, I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. And then so we walked him in the parade.
let's get this over with.
Apparently, neither Red Auerbach or Red Skelton were available for duty that day.
I think Red Buttons was sitting in for Red Skelton.
Oh, was that it?
You know, they always get them mixed up. You know, they may have called Red Skelton and Red Buttons answered. It happens.
Yeah, well, they got each other mixed up sometimes. All right, it's time to officially begin the Radio from Hell show, and we will do that, and then we'll take your check-ins. I believe we have Bradshaw standing by, and Nick.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Standing by, and somebody else standing by. But there should be a line open, 877-602-9696. Gina?
Get rewarded every time you use your Visa Rewards credit card from Cyprus Credit Union. For a limited time, receive triple points on all restaurant purchases, double points on gas and groceries. Visit cypruscu.com or visit a branch today.
Well, the moon is on its inexorable journey toward fullness. It's 3.0% of full. We'll have a full moon on September 1st. The moon will rise today at 8:24 a.m., today being Thursday? Yeah, Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 20th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. This is week 20, day 143 of the pandemic broadcast of the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson in his home, Gina Barberi in her guest room there at her home. I'm Bill Allred here in my attic at my home, and Katie for short in the producer's booth in the studio in downtown Salt Lake City. And then across from her, where we can't see them, we have, I know Miriam is there, and is it, who is it today? Cynthia helping out as well. So it's World Radio Day today.
Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah. And it's World Mosquito Day. Isn't that exciting?
Well,
World Mosquito Day.
Both of them are bloodsuckers, so.
That's true. Yeah. World Mosquito Day. You know, they're going to release all these, like, 700 million genetically altered mosquitoes in Florida, in the Florida Keys today.
What could go wrong?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They're going to see if it's a better way to control them than insecticides. So they're genetically altered so that they're sterile, and if they mate, they won't have babies, and eventually they'll all die out, apparently.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Good theory. I'm sure there's not a sci-fi movie in the making there.
Yeah.
Let's begin with check-ins. Let's start with Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Good morning.
Good morning. What have you got today?
So I just wanted to call in and share my COVID dad joke of the day.
COVID dad joke. Now, does this mean it's a joke about COVID as told by a dad, or is it about a dad who has COVID?
A dad joke, a COVID joke as told by a dad.
Okay.
All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Hang on. No, wait, I'm not
Why
ready. Hang on. Hang on.
Hey, wait, hang on. Kerry
Hold
had
on.
to get
I'm not
ready.
ready yet. I'm not ready. Hang on. Let me. Okay. All right. There.
You
Now I'm
buckled
ready.
in, Jackson?
I am. I'm ready to go.
All right.
Brace yourself. Why are some people so bad at social distancing?
Why
I
are
don't
some
know.
people so bad at social distancing?
We don't know why.
Because they don't practice.
They don't practice.
Because they don't
You need to practice social distancing. Yeah.
No.
Hey, Jake. Jake,
Yes.
thanks for nothing. Okay.
Gee, I
See ya.
got all
Thanks, Jake.
ready and
Braced in and everything.
nothing happened.
Jeez.
Was Jake the only call we had, Katie?
We had
we got Bradshaw. Okay. Bradshaw is there. Let's go.
Hey.
Good morning, you all.
Good morning.
So I just wanted. Heard you talking about Radio Day. The song that plays in my head all the time, over and over, is the REM radio song. The first line.
Yeah.
I can't find nothing on the radio.
I know. Yeah.
Bradshaw, we're going to play that just for you for the potty break song. How about that?
For National
Hey,
Radio
that's
Day.
awesome.
Okay, so will you be listening around 9 o'clock?
I'll make a point of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you'll
Got
get
the
that.
app.
All right.
It's not the same on the phone, you know. I can't get you on the normal radio up here in Logan.
No,
Oh, yeah,
true.
that's true. Well, but thank God for the app. You can get us that way.
But the quality, the audio quality is not there.
Yeah, and neither is the quality just of the entertainment. It's just not the same. It's very
We're not
different.
listening to a radio station. We're listening to the hiss between two radio stations.
All right. See, hey, Bradshaw, have a great day, okay?
All right.
Okay, you too. Thanks.
See ya.
Well, good luck in radio.
All right. Thank you, Bradshaw. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. isn't
Okay,
it?
that's probably enough.
That's
isn't it?
probably a good place to stop, I think. Traffic is stopping in Lehigh, I understand. Yeah.
People are texting in already. Thank you. You guys are on it. Traffic alert 2100 north in Lehigh. I-15 is backed up close to a half mile because of construction. Let's see. 2100 north eastbound. Lehigh is supposed to be open by 6 a.m., but it's still very much closed. Reroute through Triumph Boulevard or head down to Redwood. If you get stuck in construction, it goes down to one lane. Please, for the love of all that is holy, zipper merge, damn it. You know, where you fold in one at a time. They sent that in via text at 33986. Thank you for that. It makes it easy to keep friends of the program informed. The best built trucks are National. They need your trade. They'll give you $3,500 more for it so you can drive home in a built truck from National.
Our friend Marie Francos checking in, driving all the way from Nashville to here.
Wow.
Listening on the app. Brandon checking in, truck driving friend of the program, sending happy birthdays to Candace today.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff. All right, coming up here on the program here in a bit. We do have big boy news and opinioendo. We do have geek news. 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina, your chance to win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And maybe we'll throw something in the tote bag as part of the prize. Maybe.
To sweeten it, to sweeten the bag.
Sweeten up. Maybe a pint of teenage blood in there. I don't know. We'll find out. All that and more coming up along with boners, round one. On the way, X96.
Start your workday at 10 a.m. with a 1 hour nonstop music.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's just because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin. It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Oh, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
Jaundice,
turn yellow, it's jaundice. And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah, you've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well,
so which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or hep C, so they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If your palm, I always say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your memory's
credit.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are
These are just being a person, all of these
Yeah.
things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
It's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there.
No.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of.
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You gotta
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay. It
Disco
is-
Stew. That's who they were talking
Oh, you
about.
figured it
It's
out.
Alcoholics
Disco
Anonymous.
Stew.
It's Disco S.
Disco
All right.
Stew.
6:35. We got Geek News coming up. Beat Gina on the way. And right now it's time for Big Boy News and Opinnuendo, brought to you by.
Thursday is family night at Diversion Eatery. Get a 16-inch pizza, 10 wings, and a big green salad, all for just $25 with the promo code FAMILYDEAL. And I think we're getting lunch from there today.
Yes, we are.
535 North 3rd West, online at diversioneatery.com.
So this plan to release 750 million genetically modified mosquitoes into the Florida Keys has received final approval from local authorities against the objection of many local residents, who love their mosquitoes and want to protect them. and a coalition of environmental advocacy groups. The proposal had already won state and federal approval. With all of the urgent crises facing our nation in the state of Florida and the COVID-19 pandemic, racial injustice, climate change, the administration has used tax dollars and government resources for a Jurassic Park experiment, said J.D. Hansen, the policy director for the International Center for Technology Assessment and Center for Food Safety and the Protection of Mosquitoes of All Kinds. I add things sometimes. So what they're attempting to do here, and mosquitoes, besides being annoying, can and often do carry deadly diseases.
But aren't they food for things?
They are, in fact, yes. They're food for lots of things. What they're doing here is they've genetically altered these mosquitoes to produce female offspring that die in the larval stage well before hatching and growing large enough to bite and spread disease. Only the female mosquito bites for blood, which she needs to mature her eggs. Males feed only on nectar. Nectar. And thus are not carriers for the disease. So male mosquitoes are essentially like hummingbirds. They go to little plants and things.
You put a mosquito feeder out, Carrie,
Yeah.
for...
So
God, no.
Well, if they're the male mosquitoes, they don't bite. So the thinking here is the females will die. There'll still be plenty of male mosquitoes for food for other creatures, and also they are in some. I think in some fairly significant way, they're also pollinators. So that's what they're trying to do. I'm sure it'll be fine. I don't know what Cher is trying to do, however.
She's trying to help.
I guess she's probably at home bored. She's just bored. And so she called her local post office. And she said, I really love the post office. And I share that love of it, by the way. I love the post office as well. And she said, and I feel bad for you guys, and I'd like to come in and help. I'd like to come in and volunteer.
What can
And they
I
said,
do?
yeah, fine, lady, and they hung up on her because she said, no, really, this is Cher.
Prank caller. Prank call.
And she called back. And finally, somebody said, I think this really is Cher. and
How do you prove your Cher? Because lots of people in California can do a Cher impression, I'm sure.
She
How do
says,
you
I called
prove your Cher?
two post offices in Malibu. They were polite. I said, hi, this is Cher, and I would like to know if you ever take volunteers. Lady said she didn't know and gave me off to one of her superiors.
It's Cher for you on the phone.
Cher then called the supervisor and identified herself and her purpose. The supervisor, though, said, no, I'm sorry. I mean, you can't. We could maybe take you, but not immediately. You have to come in and get fingerprinted and undergo a background check.
She's Cher.
Background
Everybody
check.
knows who she is.
She says, no, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. I would volunteer at the post office.
Do you believe in voting by mail? I bought a sheet of Bugs Bunny stamps just the other day. Have you seen those Bugs Bunny stamps, by the way? I was going to go and get some yesterday, but I got distracted by other things. It's Bugs Bunny's birthday. He's like 80 or 100 or something. Mm-hmm. And so they released a sheet of stamps of different looks of bugs.
Oh, different old, like the old bugs and the newer bugs.
Yeah, there's like 8 or 10 of different ones. And so you buy a sheet of Bugs Bunny stamps.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, of course, the coronavirus pandemic, the number of COVID-19 cases worldwide now surpassing 22 million, according to Johns Hopkins University. President Trump's COVID-19 testing czar said cases are declining across the United States, and they are, but that could turn around very quickly if we're not careful. And there are still serious hotspots, of course, in the United States, but the cases do seem to be declining. France and Spain both reported new daily high increases in coronavirus cases since coming out of lockdown. France and Spain seem to have things fairly well under control, so they come out of lockdown and boom, things start heating up again. Sweden recording the highest death tally in 150 years the first half of 2020. according to the country's official statistics office, between January and June of this year, 51,405 deaths registered in the country, more than 6,500 fatalities over the same period for last year. And this is due, of course, a lot to the coronavirus. And, of course, the top epidemiologist in Sweden says masks are not really very effective. We're not mandating them.
Yeah,
they're not very effective.
But Sweden was a failed experiment.
Damn Swedes. They won't let Swedes into other parts of Europe. You can't.
Yeah.
You're a Swede? No, you can't come in here. Nope. From the Utah Department of Health, the Utah Department of Health's COVID-19 report for Wednesday showed the state now has 47,521 positive cases of the disease, an increase of 364 since Tuesday's report. Total of 377 deaths. So the rate has slowed considerably here in Utah. Now there were how many deaths yesterday? There were quite a few yesterday.
8, I thought. Yesterday.
Yeah, really?
8.
Wow.
But in spite of that, the total numbers have slowed down because these people in Salt Lake County and city seem to be very, very good now about complying with the mask order. I was out and about yesterday. I haven't really gone grocery shopping for a long time. I went to a grocery store. Everyone was wearing a mask, and I was heartened by that.
Yeah, I was out and about yesterday and only saw 1 or 2 people that were not.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else was.
And everybody seemed to be very cognizant of not getting too close to each other in the aisles and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you kind of got caught in a situation where you were would get jammed up, they would go, "Oh, excuse me," and they would, So that was good.
They're starting to get it.
Utah students and staff who don't wear masks in school, they'll charge you. They could charge you with a misdemeanor if you don't do it. You know that? It's a crime. If you don't wear a mask in school, K through 12, in accordance with the governor's mandate, you could be charged with a misdemeanor. The potential criminal penalty for violating the order was confirmed by Governor Herbert's office yesterday. Spokeswoman Anna Leinhart said, "It's up to leaders of schools and charters to decide whether they want to throw kids in jail or not. Are they going to seek?
They're not going to throw kids.
Are they going to seek charges? Are they going to fine? Well, fine them. Are they going to clap them in irons and book them and then fine them? I don't know. Probably not. State Senator Derek Kitchen is in a little bit of hot water. He is being investigated for some small donations that he and 4 other people made to a protester accused of buying paint that was splashed really outside the Salt Lake County District Attorney's office during an anti-police violence demonstration. Senator Kitchen told the Salt Lake Tribune on Wednesday that he did donate money to Madalena McNeil's Venmo account, a platform, helpfully here telling us in the Salt Lake Tribune, a platform for mobile payments. McNeil has been charged with first-degree felony in connection with the July 9th protest that ended with confrontations with police and damage to the DA's office. She's the person that was charged because she bought paint. She bought the red paint. Mm-hmm. Now, Derek Kitchen, it shows on his Venmo account that he made a $10 contribution to her directly, to Ms. McNeil. And in the Venmo makes you put a reason that you're making a payment.
Or an emoji.
And it's he put paint. So $10, he donated $10 to her, and then he put paint. Now, he says, I don't condone violence, I don't condone vandalism, I do support the right to protest and the right to demonstrate against things that you feel are oppressive, and yes, I did donate $10 to her. Now, I don't know why nobody has asked him directly about paint. Because there should be a simple answer to that. He can simply say, well, you need paint for signs and things like, I assume she was going to use it to make signs with and things like that. But splashing it all over the DA's office was certainly the furthest thing from my mind. I would not have thought of that at all. So I think Derek is kind of getting a bum rap here in a lot of ways. He he donated $10 to somebody he knew to help support a protest effort, and that's where it should stop. Right there.
I read the letter from the police union, and boy, it was just fire and brimstone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, $10? Wow.
Hey, Gina, I tried to find out a little bit more about that guy who threw his wife into the Provo River.
Because they were arguing about dinner.
Yeah. And the only thing I could find out was they were arguing about, it said that there was an argument over dinner. And apparently they were arguing, the only thing I found out is they were arguing over dinner arrangements.
Okay.
That's all it says. The arrangements, and it was at a restaurant. So
that's where we're going for dinner.
I think
Who's
it was
coming
either
with us for dinner.
Well, I'm looking at his picture, and I think they were probably arguing about whether it was a Der Wiener Schnitzel or Arby's. It was Wiener Schnitzel or Arby's, and there was probably a falling out over there. Donald Trump says QAnon followers are people who love our country.
And him.
Mm-hmm.
I found the audio if you want to hear
yeah.
it.
Yeah, let's hear what part of it is it? Is it him just responding to the question?
It's the question as well, because she followed up on the question, but here you go. It's just a minute.
Following this movement right now?
Well, I don't know much about the movement other than I understand they like me very much, which I appreciate. But I don't know much about the movement. I have heard that it is gaining in popularity, and from what I hear, these are people that when they watch the streets of Portland, when they watch what happened in New York City in just the last 6 or 7 months, but this was starting even 4 years ago when I came here, almost 4 years, can you believe it? These are people that don't like seeing what's going on in places like Portland and places like Chicago and New York and other cities. I've heard these are people that love our country and they just don't like seeing it. So I don't know really anything about it other than they do supposedly like me.
At the crux of the theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind?
Well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there, and we are actually. We're saving the world from a radical left.
Mr. President, let me put this in perspective for you, Mr. President. If there is a conspiracy of pedophiles and cannibals, and you are, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think I can answer that for you. That would be a bad thing. If there were such a thing.
I mean, he knows what QAnon is. He knows what it is because they are fans of him, as he said it. And if you're a fan of him, he knows
all that matters.
He retweets them all the time.
He does. He retweets them.
Whoever they are. It's supposed to be this one guy, this guy Q.
Yeah, but these are people who think that there is a group, a cabal of liberals who are kidnapping children for a sex ring and then eating babies, and they think JFK is still alive.
Yep.
And it's that crazy conspiracy.
JFK Jr. Yeah, he's going to come. He's going to come back and.
Well, I haven't heard that. That's good news. Maybe I'll start following.
It's just, and it's on the one hand, I want to look at it and say this is the greatest group of pranksters in the world.
They really are. I mean,
however, it's destructive.
It's dangerous.
It's destructive. And what's worse is when you see cops with a letter Q on their uniform that they're wearing in their tactical gear. That's when you get really scared.
Yeah.
All
right.
Sports weather traffic.
I love Donovan Mitchell. He's great and fun to watch. And his efforts paid, not just his, the whole team had a great game last night. 124-105 win over the Denver Nuggets.
I understand he scored 120 of those points.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, all but 4. Series is now tied at 1-1. Next game is tomorrow at 2 p.m. And Jonesy has her first volleyball game of the season today. only one parent can attend, and they only were letting, not every kid gets a parent. You had to sign up, and there were only so many spaces available, so Joe's going to that.
Oh, I thought Joe had said, thank God, only one parent can attend. There you go, honey.
Nope, Joe's going to that, so we'll see how that goes. Weather, it'll be slightly cooler today, and there's actually a tiny bit of moisture in the air. Don't get excited, but it might be a little cloudy, and maybe a drop or two will fall. Nothing crazy, but it will feel cooler. 96 for a high today. And let's see, traffic. We've got crash southbound SR36 in Erda off to the right shoulder. Let me check our message stream, see if we have a update on that Lehigh situation. There was some Utah County construction going on that was supposed to reopen at 6 o'clock, but friends of the program said that they were taking their time opening it up, and that was causing some slowage northbound I-15 through Lehigh. I haven't seen an update on that. If you guys are still sitting there, let me know. Text it in to us at 33986, and I will pass it along. The Downtown Tuesday Market is open Tuesdays, September 29th from 4 p.m. until dusk at Pioneer Park. Shop for fresh local produce, handmade food products. For more information, go to slcfarmersmarket.org.
Thank you very much. Call now. Get in line to beat Gina, 877-602-9696. I'll tell you, it's Saved by the Bell trivia. All right. Just a heads up. If you think you know you're saved by the bell, this is your chance to win a Radio from Hell tote bag, and maybe we'll put something inside that tote bag. 877-602-9696. Line up to beat Gina. Play with us on the radio. Geek News brought to you by
Department of Workforce Services has thousands of jobs to fill. They're hosting a virtual job fair Thursday, August 27th, 10 to 1. Part-time, full-time telework positions are all available. Register in advance at jobs.utah.gov.
All right, let's see. Now, if you're watching at x96.com/live, you can see this item I'm about to hold up in front of you here. This is the first issue of, this is from the 70s, I believe, 70s or 80s. Yeah, late 70s. Issue number 1 of Spider-Woman. You can see this comic book that I have framed here that I have usually back up on my wall, and that's Spider-Woman. Her name is Jessica Drew. But Sony, not Marvel Studios, but Sony owns the rights to Spider-Man in film. And so they're going to expand their Spider-Verse, and they've got, the various projects in the work. They've got the Morbius movie coming up with Jared Leto. Morbius is a Spider-Man villain. You got your Venom movie, that's also Sony. And Sony wants to do more spider-centric films, and one that they're talking about is Spider-Woman. And this is at first I thought this was a rumor, but then the person behind it, Olivia Wilde, ladies and gentlemen, we like her. Yeah. She tweeted out that it might be true. She didn't say yes or no. She just tweeted out a little spider emoji.
And it's true.
Related to this report. It's probably true.
What is Spider-Woman? Who is Spider-Woman?
Well, that's the thing, is that there are many iterations of Spider-Woman lately. I mean, like I said, she started in the late 70s.
She's not Mrs. Spider-Man.
No. She didn't even know Spider-Man starting off. But the original Spider-Woman is Jessica Drew, but I think what they're talking about is a new iteration of, because there are like 3 different versions of Spider-Woman now, and I'll bet that they're going to go with either Ghost Spider or Spider-Gwen would be my guess. But Olivia Wilde has closed a deal to direct and develop what it was at the time called the Secret Marvel Film Project, revolving around a female character in the universe. While not confirmed, it is considered to be Spider-Woman. And like I said, Olivia Wilde tweeted out the spider emoji, so that sounds to me like she's involved. I don't think it'll be the original Spider-Woman. I think it'll be one of these Spider-Gwen projects or Ghost Spider, one of these newer Spider-Women projects. And speaking of Spider-Man, good news and bad news. This Avengers game that is coming out here, I think it's in a couple of weeks now, beginning of September. Everyone's excited about it. It's in beta right now, so some people are playing it, and they're having fun with it. So that's the good news, is that we're getting this Avengers game, and you can play as your favorite Avenger.
Oh.
Almost. The bad news is people like me won't be able to play as Spider-Man in the Avengers game. Why? Because I own an Xbox and not a PlayStation. Let me say the word Sony PlayStation.
Oh.
See? So if you have a PlayStation, you'll be able to play as Spider-Man in the game. But not if you're like me and have an Xbox.
Oh.
So good news, bad news. Oh, wait. There is some good news at the bottom of the story. I will be able to play as Hawkeye because...
That's good news?
That's good. I didn't know that was
That's good news? I don't...
Hawkeye is a much maligned character in the Marvel Universe, folks. He's got one of the better comic books out there, actually. Anyway, so there's that. Bill, I know that you're a big Super Soaker fan, and I have a recall here. There's a recall of the Super Soaker XP20 that was for sale.
I'll have to check my arsenal and see if I have one of those.
Oh, it's the XP20 and the XP30. They squirt just fine. It's just that the stickers on the tanks apparently have lead in them.
Don't eat the stickers. Don't.
Well,
I know you like to do that.
You can absorb it through your skin, you know.
Oh, these were sold exclusively at Target from March to July of this year.
That's where I get all my Super Soakers.
There you go. So just a heads up to you, because I know you like to fill them with not water.
Super Soak him in gin.
Super Soaker. All right, there you go. Traffic, please.
Thank you, Eric, who says there's no issue driving through Lehigh about 5 minutes ago. Things are flowing smoothly. Another friend of the program says, no traffic. I just went through smooth traffic. Although I will say those trucks carrying rocks really need to put a cover on it, stop rocks from blowing all over the road. That's how traffic works here at X96. You just text it to us, and then I'll read it. 33986.
Thank you very much. We will take a break here, and we will be back. We do have Beat Gina, so if you want to play trivia, it's Saved by the Bell trivia. Coming up after these, if you beat Gina at Saved by the Bell trivia, and trust me, Gina doesn't know anything about Saved by the Bell, you've got a very good chance of winning today. Sorry, Gina, it's just the truth.
It's okay.
Hurts, doesn't it? Hurts.
You might win a Radio from Hell tote bag. Stand by for that. 877-602-9696. We play right after these commercials. Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Boy, you need them more than ever these days.
It's it's hotter than Hades. Oh, no, it's not hotter than Hades.
No,
because it's not Scott Hades Plumbing, Heating, and Air. It's hotter than Hale because it's Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. It is hotter than Hale. And you see Scott's trucks all over town, and they're busy, but they can get you in if your air conditioning is on the fritz, as they used to say. Scott Hale will come over and fix it up for you.
Or don't wait till it's on the fritz. Get it tuned up before that happens.
Yeah, $39 for an air conditioning tune-up. As always, Scott will offer you a $500 off of a new furnace and air conditioning unit if you need that, and then $150 off a $350 repair. So that includes drain repair, air conditioning repair, plumbing, or furnace. So give Scott Hale a call. It's 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
The Larry H. Miller Used Car.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they arrive on Vulcan. They hope to find a cure for Lehigh, who is suffering from Ponfar.
Ah, Vulcan, world of logic, place of pointy-eared people. Here I will seek out my mates and find man who killed parents, settle down, and raise pointy-eared offspring.
Knock it off, Lehigh. You aren't a Vulcan. I was hoping you only had the 24-hour type of Ponfar. Dang it. Oh, here comes somebody. Excuse me, sir?
Greetings. You are new to Vulcan?
Hi, I'm Elder Spock, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Spock? He is a legend on Vulcan. You mock us by using his name.
Oh, we mean no disrespect. Lehi here is Spock. I mean, they mind melded and something went wrong. Elder Spock here is suffering from Pon farr.
Pon farr? This is almost illogical. We must meet with T'Pau. She will know how to proceed.
This is Spock? He does not look like Spock. Fascinating. So the great son of Vulcan has sent you as his replacement? Joining will go on as scheduled.
Joining? What joining?
My parents chose my mate when I was 7. We were telepathically linked, and now is the time for us to be wed.
Spock was joined with this woman. You haven't even gone to Snellgroves with her. You can't marry her. Talk about breaking the rules.
We are all gathered. We shall proceed. We are here to complete the joining of Spock and T'Pring. Unless there is anyone here who objects, the ceremony will commence.
Excuse me, T'Pau, ma'am, I have a problem with this.
Only Vulcans are allowed to protest. One more word out of you and I will have you removed from this holy place. Now, shall we begin?
I protest.
T'Pring, no. Why?
I have chosen another to be my mate. I choose Elder Jensen.
But I was to be the one you chose.
A challenge has been made. T'Pring has chosen her companion and is her right. Let the combat to the death begin.
Combat? To the death? Oh, come on, Lehi Spock. You know I can take you in a fair fight. Be logical. Give up now before I have to hurt you. Hey, you cut my Mr. Max suit. Why, they ought to teach this at the MTC.
Oh. We have our victor. Elder Spock shall wed T'Pring.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I don't think I can go through with this. You see, I just killed my companion, and we're way out of our sector. My zone leader won't be happy at all. I really should be going.
And I will be free to take Ston as my husband.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Zone Leader Hansen really be upset at Lehi for killing his companion? Will Spock show any emotion when he finds out that his fiancée has married another? Tune into our next episode to hear Butch say...
Hey, man, be careful. Do you have to drag my body all over every rock?
Butch, you're alive!
Shh, keep it down. I faked my death so I wouldn't have to kill you. I'm glad to see you're back to being your old self.
I didn't kill you. I didn't. I don't remember much of anything about the past week,
Look,
though.
just drag me back to my hyperbike and I'll tell you all about it.
Well, we left the quadrant. What's Zone Leader Hansen gonna say?
Well, maybe we just won't tell him.
Well, that would be the logical thing to do.
Huh?
On the next finger-crossing episode of Space Elder!
All that was for Gina. Really.
Thank you.
And now, it's time to play the game that QAnon claims is part of the deep state and designed to bring down the entertainment empire. Yes, it's Beat Gina, a deeply subversive game enjoyed by the enemies of the game show world. Even cannibals have been known to play. But our host, our MC, knows how to keep the game on the up and safe for everyday enjoyment. You may find yourself confused by this intro, but you won't be confused by his dazzling hosting skills. Here he is, Kerry Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to play Beat Gina right now, and it is Saved by the Bell trivia. So let's go to our contestant, Jen. Hi there, Jen. How are you?
Good morning.
Hi, Jen. All right, we're going to toss a coin to determine who goes first. And that does give you an advantage in the game, so you toss. Jen, heads or tails?
Tails.
All right, coin toss app says it is tails.
Oh, Jen,
Good job.
you're ahead already.
What are we playing for?
We're playing for a Radio from Hell tote bag. And someday, Jen, you'll be able to come to the studio and get it. Don't know when.
Okay.
But if I win, what local business are you going to go to, Jen?
Okay, well, I know this is not really a food place. I mean, it's kind of a food place. It's Mrs. Kavanaugh's. It's like chocolate candies.
Oh, that's wonderful. I used to date Mrs. Kavanaugh.
I was going to bring that up, Johnny. I wasn't sure whether you wanted to talk about it or not.
Her maiden name was Johnson.
Oh.
Yes, before she was Mrs. Kavanaugh. I didn't date her while she was Mrs. Kavanaugh, certainly.
Mr. Kavanaugh would have had something to say about that.
Indeed.
Yes. All right. Okay, then, Jen, that means this first question is yours to answer exclusively. If you get it right, you keep the points. If you don't get it right, Gina gets a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away from you. And we'll go back and forth until one of you has 3 points and a win. Okay. Jen, Saved by the Bell trivia, premiered on this day in 1989, just so you know. What does Zach say before stopping time? What was his catchphrase that he would say before he stopped time?
Ooh.
Was it A, Kofefe? B, Zawaradu? C, timeout? Or D, no collusion?
Oh, God, I want it so bad to be D, but I think it's C.
C, timeout?
Yeah.
That is correct. Very good.
It's a rather literal show, wasn't it?
I'll say.
Jen has 1 point, and now Gina has the question and a chance to tie this exciting game.
All right, Gina?
Yes.
What was the name of Valley High's mascot? Or more specifically, what was Valley High's mascot? Was it A, the Hubcaps, B, the Bulldogs, C, the Toast Tongs, or D, the Dragons?
I mean, if it were my school, it would be the Toast Tongs, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with the Bulldogs.
Bulldogs is correct.
It's 1-1 in this gripping tied game, and Jen now controls the question. Chance to go ahead.
Jen, what does A.C. Slater do at the mall to make some money before the holidays? Was it A? Well, he tricks. No, I mean he turned tricks. All right. B, he becomes a janitor. C, he works at the gift wrapping stand. Or D, he becomes a Royal Crown Diamond for the Young Living Essential Oils Company.
I'm going to go with C.
Works at the gift wrapping stand. Excellent.
Nicely done, Jen. That's 2-1. Gina now has a chance to tie the game. But careful, Gina. If you miss this question and Jen steals, she wins.
Well, that'd be just awful.
Gina.
Yes.
When Tori first came to Bayside High School, she did something that really upset Zach. What did she do?
Okay.
Was it A, she slapped him? B, she parked her motorcycle in his space? C, she called Trump Orange 45. Or D, she had a QAnon sticker on her motorcycle.
Well, based on all of those possibilities, I'm going to guess that it is B.
Motorcycle?
Yes.
Correct.
Sort of gave it away in those questions,
Yes,
didn't it?
Kind of figured.
It's
it out.
tied now. Jen controls the question. Here you go, Jen. It's your chance to win the game.
No pressure.
No.
Jen, who dressed as Gumby for the masquerade ball? Was it A, Zach? Was it B, me when I was a guest on Saved by the Bell back in the early 90s? Was it C, Johnny the announcer when he was a guest on Saved by the Bell back in the 90s?
One of my most memorable performances.
Or D, Screech?
Oh, I don't remember if it was Zach or Screech. I'm gonna say Zach. I'm gonna say A.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Well, there goes the game.
There goes the game, Gina.
And I was going to say Eddie Murphy, but it's not that either. So
It's Johnny the announcer.
Of course it's Screech.
that would be Screech.
Yes, of course it's Screech. That's who obviously would be doing that sort of
Terribly
crazy
sorry, Jen. Gina managed to snatch. Managed to snatch victory out of the jaws of defeat, or conversely, you snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Somebody did.
But Jen's really going to go and have some nice chocolates from Mrs. Kavanaugh's.
Would you say hello to Mrs. Kavanaugh for me, please?
I will. I'll tell her you said hello.
And even though I beat you, Jen, I think you need a tote bag to put all those chocolates in.
That's
so I
good.
think,
I think I do,
even
too.
though, we should still give Jen a tote bag.
I think so. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Hang on the line. Hang on the line. We will get
Okay.
your information and go from there. All right. She knew more about Saved by the Bell than I thought. Thank you, Johnny. Back to the basement.
You're welcome. Actually, I think I'm going to go up to, I believe there's a Mrs. Kavanaugh's in Bountiful. I'll head out there right now and say hi to the old girl.
The old girl. Don't call her that. She won't like it, John.
Oh, no, she loves it. She likes it.
And she's always looked old. If you look at the picture of her on the package,
she's very old.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Johnny. Traffic, Gina, please.
So crash southbound I-15 at milepost 278. That's Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. It's off to the right shoulder. Let me see if we've got anything else. Nope. I'm looking. See green cameras all up and down the Wasatch Front. But if you see something, please send it to us at 33986 like this. It's Bayside Tigers. They didn't go to Valley. They went to Bayside. Somebody's a very big fan of Saved by the Bell. But maybe it was a rival school.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't
that
know.
was where the question came from. See, you can do things like that by texting us 33986.
I'm only as good as the trivia I'm given by the people who wrote it, because I never watched Saved by the Bell.
Come on, throw Katie under the bus. Go on.
I don't know if it was Katie. She sometimes workshops this stuff.
Oh.
So, all right. We do have round one of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News. What are our candidates?
Oh, the candidates for boners round one are, number one, I want to apologize to everyone except the city that I offended. Boner candidate number two, I have a serious leaf problem at home. And boner candidate number three, the deep state is after me.
All right, so round one of your boners, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. Special thank you to the Park City Restaurant Association for continuing the cocktail contest this year. Even though the world is weird right now, they've figured out a way to do it.
It was like a little island of normalcy in the weirdness, and I'm glad they decided to continue doing it. It's I don't know what annual this is, cocktail contest, but they've been doing it for a while. So you can go vote on these cocktails if you go to their website. It's parkcityrestaurants.com. And
There's also a link on our website, too, for that.
Yeah, there's a little box there that says Park City Cocktail Contest. Click on that. All the information is there. Throughout the month of August, you've got until the 31st to do it. You got to be 21 to vote, and you're entered to win a prize, which is the bartender's box, which is really nice. A top-shelf cocktail experience delivered right to your door with fresh ingredients. It's like Blue Apron or something like that. It's got everything you need for cocktails except for the booze. You have to get that yourself. So go to parkcityrestaurants.com for a list of participating establishments.
Stay and play with Broadway. X90.
All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yeah.
Here on Third South.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile?
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that. I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that. And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was it a hipster or was it,
was
a guy?
Kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, I didn't know what to think. He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying I listen to your show every morning after I tell you to F off.
Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all that.
Doesn't make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk.
That was a beautiful work of art, is what that was. That should be framed in a museum.
There are often times when I'm gathering drops, and I go, I got to get that one for Gina. All right.
Thank you. That made me happy.
Okay, well, let's get to round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round 2's voting. We do this again at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. We take both of our winners. We put them in the Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day for realsies with Boner Fight. Right now, you're picking the champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it, pick it up someday, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Now, I want to apologize to everyone, except the city I offended. The Cincinnati Reds have announced the suspension of a broadcaster after he uttered an anti-gay slur on the air on Wednesday. Play-by-play announcer Tom Brenneman could be heard saying on the Fox Sports Ohio broadcast, one of the, and then he used a homosexual slur, 3-letter word beginning with F, one of the F blank G capitals of the world, presumably referring to Kansas City, the opposing city. They were playing the Kansas City Royals. He didn't realize the mic was on. He said it, and then they went right into back to the game. So
mics are always on, always.
Apparently someone said to him a couple of minutes later in his headphones, By the way, that thing you said about Kansas City, that was on the air.
Yeah.
And he took it upon himself, I guess, while the game was going on, to issue an apology. And Kerry has some of that here. Here's what he said.
Just a little bit of it here.
I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game. I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again. I don't know if it's going to be for the Reds. I don't know if it's going to be for my bosses at Fox. I'm going to apologize for the people.
You got to give it to him. He's a professional. I mean, he kept the call going.
Just
he said,
didn't even hesitate.
No.
Just kept calling the game.
Very Brockmeyer.
He said, I would like to sincerely apologize for the inappropriate comments I made during last night's telecast. This is later on. I made a terrible mistake to the LGBT community and all people I've hurt or offended. From the bottom of my heart, I truly am sorry. I respectfully ask for your grace and forgiveness. He never once said he was sorry about offending Kansas City. and one of the things he said live on the air is that he was very sorry he was apologizing to the people who signed his paycheck, which I thought was pretty disingenuous as well.
And I think it's pretty disingenuous when you say, I'm a man of faith.
Yeah.
If you're really a man of faith, that word does not come so easily to your lips.
Yeah. Because as I recall, I don't think Jesus mentioned homosexuals in the Bible at all. At all.
So he's been suspended, and he will probably not work again. And
he was replaced in the middle of the game. He was replaced by someone else. Yeah.
There you go. So that's Boner candidate number 1. I want to apologize to everyone except the city I offended. I forgot to mention that. I wish people have the tendency to over-apologize too. You should just make it simple. He tried to call it back, and the more you try to call it back, the worse it gets. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Listen, I have a serious leaf problem at home. Usually when somebody decides to drive their car into a Home Depot for some thieving, they have the good sense to do it when the retailer is closed. But this 42-year-old Alabama woman was behind the wheel of a Pontiac Sunfire, and the store was open, and she drove right into the store. It was recorded on surveillance video, and she grabbed a leaf blower and then tried to back her car out of the store, but they managed to, of course, catch her. That's all she did. She drove right through the glass doors. There are people in the store. Nobody was hurt, fortunately. There are people in the store. She grabs a leaf blower and then tries to back out of the door of the Home Depot.
Well, she just needed one thing. That was
yeah, I have a serious leaf problem at home. You know, boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Wait for it. You're going to like this one. The deep state is after me.
All right, candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
A clean home is a healthy home, and right now Zero Res is cleaning carpets for $33 per room. Mention Radio from Hell when you call and get a 4th room for free. Call Zero Res today and schedule your cleaning.
Well, Netflix is thinking of trying out something new. They know people are, they'll sit at Netflix, and I've done this on occasion. I don't do it very often, but you just kind of scroll through everything looking for something to watch, and you can't make a decision, and it goes on and on and on and on. Well, Netflix has confirmed that it is testing out a shuffle button, which will allow viewers to have the service just randomly select a TV show or a movie for you. The button will appear on your profile on the home screen. It will choose a selection based on your viewing history, preferences, and playlists. The company started testing the feature in July. The shuffle feature could be especially useful for audiences who are just overwhelmed by the amount of choice or bored. It would also help Netflix, of course, distinguish its service from a growing list of competitors. We're always looking for better ways to connect members with shows and films that they will love. Of course, then you run the risk, though, of watching the same kind of thing all the time and never discovering something new. But it'd be an interesting experiment to see what happens.
It'll be interesting to see what the algorithm learns about you.
Yeah. States across the country are seeing a decline in coronavirus cases, a top U.S. official said this week, although he warned things could quickly change again if we aren't careful. U.S. trends are now going in the right direction, said Admiral Brett Giroir, the Trump administration official overseeing U.S. coronavirus testing, attributing the decline in part to safety protocols like masks and social distancing. At least 20 states are seeing a downward trend in new cases compared to the previous week, while 18 states are reporting a steady number of new cases, according to Johns Hopkins University. State leaders who have reported a leveling of new cases also attributed it to adherence to safety guidelines, and consequently, Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson has signed an order extending the mandate to wear masks in Salt Lake and Salt Lake County through the end of this year. We're 6 months into it, and until we have a vaccine, we need to continue to battle COVID-19, she said. We now have the tools to do so until the end of the year, and the mask requirement will help us. We know that it's working. We're seeing cases fall, which is amazing. We are also seeing some concern as school opens. So what she's saying there is it makes it even more important than ever to wear masks, because we're running a risk by opening the schools. Salt Lake, Summit, and Grand counties have implemented mandates. Grand County, I believe, has also said we're going to continue a mask mandate through the end of the year. They're debating it in Provo. Some nitwit up at the Utah State Capitol yesterday, there was a group up there protesting wearing masks all the time, and I heard some woman say, "This is America, and we have frickin' choices here in America, and I don't know why we should have this mandate." I mean, again, we could go over it again and again and say, well, you've got a mandate, you have to wear clothes, you have to do this, but these people are, you could say it over and over again, they're too dumb. Too dumb. We can say it as many times as we want. They're too stupid to figure this out.
Because there are memes on Facebook that support my...
Or it's not that they're stupid. It's that they know they're wrong and have dug their heels in. You know,
Yeah.
like a lot of Orange 45 supporters that I encounter. They know they're wrong, but they won't admit they're wrong, but they've dug their heels in.
There's a story in the Salt Lake Tribune today about homeless encampments. Are they getting worse? Well, I don't know for sure, but I'm not going to go into the story completely. But I drove day before yesterday, from the west side of Salt Lake, about 9th West, up to the east side of Salt Lake on 8th South. Now, particularly State Street, 8th South from State Street up to 7th East is a corridor of homeless camps on both sides of the road. I believe there's a women's shelter on the corner, just on the corner of State and 8th South. There's a new women's shelter there. It's got a woman's name on it. I forget the name. Hickman's, I think. Somebody Hickman, or anyway. And there are a bunch of people camped there, and then across the street. And then as I went on up 8 South, I've never seen. Well, I have seen something like it, and that's when when people were all camped out behind the Rio Grande.
The Rio Grande. Yeah.
It was the same kind of thing. Just pocket after pocket after pocket, and I mean these are chairs and tables and bicycles and blankets and and people setting their little camps all the way up 8 South. The city council is looking into what to do about it, and I don't know what the solution is. Maybe we can ask Aaron Mendenhall, the mayor, about some of that. Pleasant Grove family found a cougar hanging out in their backyard.
Oh.
Yeah, that was kind of scary. It had been out there in the backyard for a few days. It'd show up and then take off, and then it'd come back. And so finally they invited it in for dinner. And no, I don't know. See, what did they end up doing here? I didn't get to the end of the story.
They should tree it.
Division of Wildlife Resources, they kept trying to catch it. They finally did catch the cougar, and it had a broken leg.
Oh,
it was ill, and that's why it kind of kept hanging around. It was pretty good at hiding, and then it had come out and it was eating some koi in somebody's pond, and but the cougar had to be euthanized, unfortunately.
Oh, that's too bad.
And I know we're going to go break here, but we shouldn't end on that. Cinnamon Toast Crunch cereal.
Yes.
They've got now a seasoning. It's called Cinnadust. And so it's whatever it's on Cinnamon Toast Crunch cereal, and it's Cinnadust, a jar of Cinnadust, and you can sprinkle it on anything you want.
Oh, like you can make your own cinnamon toast with it.
Sure.
Yum.
Okay.
On my salad.
Yeah. My eggs in the morning. Anything.
Yeah, there you go. Weather, traffic.
Well, I'm kind of excited today because it's a little different. We've got some isolated showers happening this morning, maybe even some thunderstorms later. It'll be a little cloudy. Might even have a drop or two on the ground. Not a lot, not just a little bit, but it's going to be enough to take us down under 100, which is a welcome thing. 96 for a high. Traffic, friend of the program says there's a free stroller eastbound I-80 at mile marker 116 by the airport. If you need a stroller, that's a good place to get it. Traffic, we've got crash southbound I-15 milepost 278 Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. That's off to the right shoulder. And if you see free strollers or mattresses or ladders or anything like that in the road you want to report, text it to us 33986. Drive better, drive the speed limit, 0 fatalities.
Is that really a good place to get a free stroller, Gina? You said that's a good place to get it. I'm not.
Well, it's a place.
Sure. It's that. Be a little more precise there.
Okay,
I'm kind of
it's
worried.
a place.
Here's boner candidate number 3. The deep state is after me. So the InfoWars, I guess, is still a thing. Alex Jones.
It's been kicked off of most of YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and places like that, but he still has
a platform of
a
some
website
sort.
and direct.
Yeah. Well, he has people working for him too. Alex Jones. He has his correspondent. Her name is Millie Weaver, She was arrested last week after her supporters claimed that she was victim of a deep state prosecution of a truth-telling journalist. By Tuesday afternoon, her followers had raised more than $170,000 to help her fight the charges. But in reality, Millie Weaver is not some heroine at the vanguard of a fight against nefarious government agents. She was arrested on charges of robbing her own mother, according to newly released court documents. But despite the less dramatic plot, Weaver's backers are still laying claim to her victimhood status, and she doesn't appear inclined to give the money back, the money that they have raised to support her. On Friday, Weaver live-streamed her arrest at her Ohio home by sheriff's deputies in Portage County. She claimed she didn't know why she was being arrested. She complained that she had not been warned via the mail that she was about to be indicted, and insisted, as she was being arrested, that she was on the cusp of a major professional moment. "I was literally about to break huge breaking news right now, and I'm being arrested, and I have no idea why," she said. Alex Jones and InfoWars, of course, they're struggling because they were ordered to pay $100,000 in court costs for the Sandy Hook case. Soon after her arrest, one of Weaver's supporters published Shadowgate, a convoluted documentary in which Weaver and a handful of oddball characters allege a deep state conspiracy among government contractors, alleged to be the puppet masters behind American politics. And soon after that, Weaver's right-wing allies quickly claimed that the damaging secrets in Shadowgate are what prompted her to be arrested. But in reality,
yep,
she has, I mean, it is alleged, but it's probably true, she stole a bunch of money from her mother.
Yeah.
The deep state is after me. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, I'd like to apologize to everybody except the city I offended. And that's a home run ball there. The Cincinnati Reds suspending their broadcaster, Tom Brenneman, after he uttered an anti-gay slur on the air. Boner candidate number 2. I have a serious leaf problem at home. An Alabama woman crashing her car into a Home Depot to steal a leaf blower. She almost got it. And Boner candidate number 3, the deep state is after me.
Okay, here you go. You've got to decide of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get a chance to become Boner of the Day. A chance, I say, because we have round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. And we'll get a winner there as well. So we'll take both of those winners and put them together at 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fights. That's when that goes down. So right now you got to pick a champion for round 1 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all that's required by the computer in the message of a text. Just put 1, 2, or 3 in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Easy. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice. They'll take your vote in the producer's booth back in Salt Lake. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting August 20, 2020. And vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. Okay. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go. This is round. We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried the, so we started with the cappuccino-flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She hated them.
Now,
the wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep, not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty. But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac, and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac, and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're gonna love
removed
it. You're gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah, mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the
you know,
same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi. Okay, I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your
sec-
percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
for Ripley.
They're peanut butter. I wasn't ready.
Oh, well.
It's breaking news, though. We'll tell you about it coming up. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round...
Round 1. Sorry. The Steve Bannon hole again. I'll
Round
close
1.
It, close it right now. Round 1 of your boners.
Brought to you in part by a steak.
Oh,
And?
I'm sorry. Steve
She's
Bannon
down the
has-
Steve Bannon hole, too,
has
right?
messed us
Anybody
all
doing the
up.
show besides me?
Really, Steve Bannon has messed us all up. I'm so sorry.
Not me.
Feeling like a drink? I think we all need one. Check out the Park City Cocktail Contest. Throughout August, Park City's best mixologists will feature a plethora of delicious mixed drinks. You must be at least 21 to participate. Learn more at parkcityrestaurants.com.
We have a problem here.
What's the matter?
I was going to say we have a tie, but we don't have a tie.
We don't have a tie now.
I'll explain. It looked like a tie, and then I looked closer. So we had boner candidate number 1. I want to apologize to everyone except the city I offended. That was the Cincinnati Reds broadcaster, Tom Brennan, gay slur on the air. Bad. Boner candidate number 2, I have a serious leaf problem at home. An Alabama woman driving her car into a Home Depot, just through the doors, picked up a leaf blower, tried to back out. They got her, but... And then boner candidate number 3, the deep state is after me. InfoWars reporter hailed as a deep state victim. The cops say, no, she just robbed her mother. So Charlie wins a gift card, and the winner... So what happened with number 1 and number 2? I want to apologize to the city I offended, and the leaf blower. They each got 50 votes, which is a lot of votes. But eking out a win with 4 more than that, 54 votes, boner candidate number 3, the deep state is after me.
Okay. It's your winner of round 1. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Round 2, I assure you, coming up at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there. We'll take both of them and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning for boner fight to determine who is boner of the day. And before we get to the mayor, just quickly, Steve Bannon arrested, Trump's advisor, arrested for stealing money from the
wire fraud
for Build the Wall fund, donations.
Yeah, remember that when people were putting in money for Build the Wall? We'll just build it ourselves. Whatever happened with that? Well, it went into Steve's pocket.
We'll talk more about that coming up.
But right now, we have the mayor on the phone, Mayor Mendenhall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you okay? Everything good? Right? Good?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Okay,
Half a cup of coffee in.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
No new crises.
Oh, just wait.
We're doing okay.
Just wait.
Knock on wood.
If
I've learned anything from this year, it's that the horizon of what is possible is much farther than I ever imagined before 2020.
Yeah, you have since I've gotten to know you a little bit, I've always thought this is an optimistic person. It's a person who looks at the good side of things and sees hope for the future. Has that become more difficult lately?
Well, I'm sure if my family's listening, they're chuckling because that's certainly not always the case. But it's a good character trait that's served me well this year. Mm-hmm. I do feel that way when it comes to Salt Lake City and where we're going. I don't flag in that regard. And I think when we're in crisis and you see people in crisis, you see the true character of people. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot to be hopeful about when you look at the people of Salt Lake City.
I went out and about yesterday. I don't do that a lot, but I went grocery shopping and I went to a couple of other places here in Salt Lake City, and people were wearing masks pretty much universally, being socially responsible, and I was happy to see that. The mask mandate will continue through to the end of the year, I guess, through the fiat of your counterpart, Jenny Wilson, right?
Yes, and that's great because, as you know, 17 cities in Salt Lake County all have strange boundaries, and we cross them almost daily as commuters or people going shopping or taking your kids somewhere. So that consistency is really important. And we've seen a real decline in the number of cases in Salt Lake County since that mandate was put in place. So it's very good.
Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, you have announced a new budget for the city, 6 budget proposals, and it says that these proposals are aimed at more equitable short and long-term COVID recovery in the city. Give us an example of how this works. What are you trying to accomplish here and how?
Yeah, one of the big ones as crises sort of amplify and shine a light on pre-existing inequities. The digital divide in our city is one that we've known about for years and haven't made the kind of strides that we are finally now. So one of those is asking the city council to help us fund a backbone Wi-Fi system up at Ensign Peak that would allow the city to deploy mobile Wi-Fi. I'm already way above my IMS.
It's like hotspots essentially, or
yeah, exactly. And these remote pieces would be able to move as the needs move around the city, or as Wi-Fi becomes available in new areas. But that's big strides, and the Rose Park Connect project that we opened up in the Rose Park Stake Center, a partnership with the LDS Church, is really being utilized. That's open 4 days a week for a few hours every day, and masks are provided and computers are provided, and residents are taking advantage of it. But digital access is as basic as any other public utility. You need it.
Should just be
you need it.
Yeah.
Like water and electricity, it should just be the same as those.
Yeah, and water assistance. I noticed there's something in your budget about water. We need to do something about our water utility.
Yeah, a lot of residents have fallen behind, as is expected during an economic downturn like this, on their water bills. Public utilities for the city usually puts in $10,000 a year to this water assist program. It's run by the Salvation Army, and it helps hundreds of residents as they aren't able to meet those water bills, avoid a shutoff with this assistance. And so we've asked for $25,000 because with COVID, donations went down to the water assist program. We aren't the only donors, and it's down to $500 in that coffer. So the $25,000 would go a long ways, and it would, of course, be focused. Those dollars would be focused on Salt Lake City residents. So if anyone does need help, please check out the Water Assist program.
I know you listen intently to the Radio from Hell show every moment of it, Mayor Mendenhall. And just before this, I was bemoaning the homeless situation and the encampments that I saw yesterday, stretching from on 8th South from State Street all the way up, I think, to 7th East. Homeless people camped out along the sides of the road. What can Salt Lake City do about that?
Yeah, that's a great way to approach it, because role clarity between the city, the county, and the state is, I think, confusing for all the residents. And who do I call for this? We're actually working with the city council right now on making some graphic designs and some better resources for residents to know, who do I call for this X, Y, or Z issue? If I see someone who needs help, who do I call? So let me just say, though, that during the summer, we always see more people outside, but this year we're seeing more, and it could be for a couple reasons. With COVID, we're seeing some people who clearly say they don't want to be in a resource center. That being in proximity to people is a risk, and I think we all understand that. So we are seeing more people say, I don't want to go into the shelter. And also with our public buildings closed, like the main library, all the libraries, there's nowhere for people to go inside during the day.
Yeah.
And I'll just highlight that restrooms become an issue there. And so we've deployed public restrooms down at the ballpark area near State Street. But, yeah, we are seeing more people on the street, and it is a multifaceted reason why.
Okay. And then finally, I know we got a break here pretty quick, but can you still vote for a new flag for Salt Lake City?
Yes, please. Yeah, it ends this Friday, though. So did you do it yet?
I did it right
I did.
first thing.
Yeah.
I like the B one.
I didn't yet, but I'll vote for the B one.
Come on, vote for the B one, Bill.
I will.
Do you think that the B smacks of the state too much, though? That's my question.
Well, that's a point.
Oh.
Now I'm going to go look at them again.
You're going to make me rethink this, Mayor Mendenhall? No, I don't know what to...
Well, go to slc.gov/flag, and you can take the survey. It's not a vote. You've got to actually engage in it and tell us what you like or don't like about the flags. Because if we need to make a slight tweak, a different color or something on a flag, we're open to doing that. But the city council should be getting a proposal in September of a single flag to adopt.
Okay.
We hope people will engage in this.
Is it too late to request that we? Is it too late to request that we have a flag that just has a big slice of pie on it? Just a big delicious slice of pie.
Beer there also?
Okay, pie and beer. Yeah, yes, a pie and beer. That would be good.
There you go.
All right, Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall, thanks for taking time with us.
Always
as
a
usual.
pleasure.
We'll talk to you
thanks
again.
for having me on.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. Traffic, Gina.
I'm looking at the flags again. I don't know. I'm going to have to go back.
Now she's made you change your mind, didn't she?
I don't know, but I like the B.
Let's put Steve Bannon on one flag,
no,
shall we?
Ew.
No?
Ew. Let's see. Traffic, yeah. I'm looking at the cameras, and it's looking very green and flowy as far as I can tell. Do you see something different that's not green and flowy? Text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along. Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2, 4:30 to 7 a.m.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back. Sean Means reviewing movies after this. Round 2 of your boners also on the way. Quick Quack Car Wash. So my Mini has been out in my backyard under a cover for about 6 months because I didn't have room in the garage. Well, we finally sold the other car, and now I was able to get the Mini back into the garage. You know, even when you cover them up, they get cobwebs and dirt on them. It was so nice to drive to the Midvale location of Quick Quack and get the Mini cleaned up. It was nice.
You just looked for the big yellow duck, and there it was, Quick Quack Car Wash.
Well, I went to the website first, don'tdrivedirty.com.
Right, and it's a fast car wash, 3 minutes. It's super fast, clean. It's green, too, earth-friendly, the process they use at Quick Quack Car Wash, which is nice. The vacuums are always free. There are lots of locations, 24 of them along the Wasatch Front, with more opening in the next couple of months. It's Quick Quack Car Wash. Remember, affordable, unlimited memberships are available starting as low as $19.99 a month. So go to don'tdrivedirty.com for a Quick Quack Car Wash near you.
Reasons why wearing a mask.
Now, I got this email from Marianne Daly, and it says, Hi, Bill, longtime friend of the program. Listen and love the show. Nothing makes me my morning better. I work from home, so I always have the radio on, and more often than not, find myself laughing really, 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 really hard out loud, of course. I identify with you most of the time of the three. So it says, anyway, Marianne goes on to say, I'm writing lately due to the interns. I really enjoyed the interview you did with Matt. What a smart, charming, and funny man.
I didn't know I was on the webcam.
She didn't say anything about the way you looked at this point. Smart, charming, and funny. Shows real interest in radio. He's one to keep around.
Really?
Keeper.
Oh, and he brought you Patron Silver. He rocks. He also has that radio voice. Forget that Guthrie guy. Oh no, it says Gumthrie.
Gunthrie?
Yeah, forget Gumthrie.
That's Guthrie's evil twin. Yeah.
Sorry, he just didn't do anything for me. And try to work it out so that Matt has some more radio time.
Ooh.
That would be sweet.
Matt, you are so cute.
I know.
And funny.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Marianne.
Wow.
Now, I just wonder if this would change Marianne's opinion at all. This is an email that I got from Matt.
From this Matt?
Yeah.
Wait, which? Oh, was this the one I sent on Monday?
I suppose so.
When you weren't here?
Yeah. Today, says Matt, it says subject, hello, my name is Matt Timian, and I know how to offend the CEO of Simmons like no other. Today I wore a T-shirt that says Godweiser on the front, and this blood's for you on the back. Of course it's a parody shirt.
Of course.
Oh, really?
No.
And it was meant to be serious and worn by Christians. I often find gems like these and wear them as a parody of a parody. Witty and original, I know. Anyway, the CEO of Simmons, I suppose he means Craig Hansen?
Yes.
It was Craig.
Was walking by me in the hallway with another gentleman in a suit, and after walking past me, they both stopped, turned around, and looked at my shirt. I pretended not to notice.
Looked at the ceiling.
I then heard them say, we have some really interesting people working here. They continued to mumble about how interesting I am, and then walked up the stairs.
You're making it sound a lot more positive than it really was.
Yes, I'm not taking it as positive at all. Yes, I know how to make an impression. Now I'm certain to get a job. Matt Timian. So, Marianne, there's just more evidence.
It's probably making her more hot for him.
Probably is.
Well,
here's Marianne's email, Matt, if you'd like to
thank you.
contact her.
That would be great.
Maybe she could help you with the crock pots and the little smokies.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Matt Timian, our intern.
Him and Marianne.
Matt and Marianne.
How nice.
I don't know. He's 2 divorces down already. I don't.
Well, if I could counsel Matt on anything, I'd just say don't do it again. Don't get married again.
Date all you want.
Date all you want. Have a girlfriend, but don't marry again.
I don't trust Matt as far as I can throw him.
Really?
I think you should try to throw him.
I can't throw him. I could throw him an inch. That's how much I trust him.
Oh, I'm sure you can do more than an inch.
2 inches, maybe. I just can't. I'm kind of weak. You should know that about me. I'm weak.
I just thought you meant moral. Movie reviews brought to you by
Dr. Volt's Comics. They have the new free comic book day titles absolutely free. Make sure you come in and see which new comics are out this week.
All right.
Well, here he is, Sean Patrick Means. He writes for the Salt Lake Tribune. He does culture writing and other reporting. He reviews movies, and you can find his works in the Salt Lake Tribune, of course, sltrib.com, but also at a website, moviecricket.net. Good morning, Mr. Means.
Good morning.
All right, Sean, we've got a few to get through, so let's plow through them. We'll go start with the artsies, worst to first, Tesla.
Tesla, yes. This is a biography of Nikolai Tesla, the inventor who butted heads with Thomas Edison about whether AC or DC was the safer way to transmit electricity, and then also created a great many other inventions, and that had more in his brain that basically, foresaw what the future would be like. With the way somebody put it in this movie, we're living in a dream that Tesla dreamed first.
Oh, wow.
It's an interesting way. Ethan Hawke plays Tesla here, and he's always very interesting, and getting into sort of the inner turmoil of how his ability to create things was outpaced by what his brain was doing.
Was Tesla known to not shower much? Is that why Ethan Hawke?
Is that why Ethan Hawke's playing him? Yeah. And his many obsessions included women, of course, that are mentioned in here. He apparently had an infatuation with Sarah Bernhardt, the famous actress. But he also made time with the daughter of J.P. Morgan, who was financing his stuff. So Hawke is really interesting, and the way that the director Michael Amareda plays with the notions of invention and obsession are pretty fascinating here.
So
3 stars.
how is Kyle MacLachlan as Edison?
Yeah.
Actually good, because the thing about Edison is he's rather a blowhard, and Kyle MacLachlan can do that very well.
Oh, yeah.
As we all know from all the movies we've seen him in. So 3 stars for Tesla.
3 stars
and
for
then,
Tesla.
Yeah, and that's playing on VOD, and it's also playing in some Megaplex theaters. So, now Desert One. This is a documentary about the attempted rescue mission to bring the American hostages out of Iran in 1980, and how that all went wrong and led to the deaths of 8 servicemen. This is a really fascinating documentary because it, first off, interviews a lot of the people who are still around, including many of the people who are on the mission, many of the advisors who put it there, some of the hostages, some of the hostage takers in Iran, and both Walter Mondale and Jimmy Carter, who were both around to talk about what happened in all this. Plus, there's a lot of archival stuff, including some audio of the actual phone calls from the generals to Carter as the mission was happening, which I don't think has ever been heard, which I don't think has ever been really made public before. It is a great look at what happened with the U.S. and Iran and with the Ayatollah and all this, and also a look at how what would happen if a president actually took personal responsibility for something going wrong.
How is Carter in this? Does he give a good performance?
I mean, he's 90. He's in his 90s, so he's definitely frail, but he's very. I mean, he speaks very strongly about what happened and makes no bones about how he was in charge. So anything that went wrong was his fault. So. And isn't that a refreshing thing to hear from him?
Where can you see this?
That one's a lot of places actually. It's in a virtual cinema. It's in the virtual cinemas for both Salt Lake Film Society and the Utah Film Center, and it's playing at several Megaplex theaters.
Okay,
all right.
And Desert One, so 3.5 stars.
3.5 for that. So let's go to the fartsies. Unhinged.
Yep, our first actual movie in a movie theater movie. As they are making a big point of that a lot of the theaters that weren't open already are opening this weekend, and this is the first thing out of the gate, and it is Russell Crowe being crazy.
Oh, good.
He plays a guy who has in the very first scene in the movie kills people.
Well, he's unhinged.
And then he is. But then he's driving his pickup truck, and some woman who's having a bad day honks her horn because he's blocking traffic, and he decides to make it his mission to ruin this woman's life in every possible way.
Okay.
And that's your movie.
Wow.
It's trying to be some sort of message about road rage, and you never know another person's problems and all this. Very, very much in line. If you remember the movie Falling Down with Michael Douglas some years ago, it's trying to be that, but it can't make the case because this guy is such a psycho and so outside the you can't get the hey, that could be me on a bad day. No, that can't.
It could
be.
Doesn't
work.
Anyway,
so,
how much?
Well, it's 2 stars for that one.
2 stars. All right.
So, and definitely not worth masking up for.
Yeah.
Now there's 2 young adult high school dramas coming out this week. One in theaters and one on Amazon, and they're both actually pretty good. The one that's coming out in theaters is called Words on Bathroom Walls, and you're following a young man played by Charlie Plummer, who is diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and having to deal with high school life while also trying to deal with this diagnosis. It is actually a very well done look at what it must be like from the inside to see hallucinations and see these demons. And we have the hallucinations are like characters that he sees and no one else does. And there's like a flower child sort of Zen master woman. There's this sort of horn dog guy, and then there's this big angry dude with a baseball bat.
We see them. We see them
because he sees them. Yeah, and then, but then he gets on a clinical trial for new meds, and they disappear, and his life seems to be getting back to normal. But there are problems. Really good. Charlie Parker's really good. Or Charlie Plummer is really good in the lead role. Molly Parker and Walton Goggins play his parents.
Huh, okay.
And they're quite good. I know it's a Deadwood reunion.
Yeah.
And this young actress named Taylor Russell, who was in Waves last year, she plays a potential love interest, and she's also great. So really well performed.
How many stars?
Really interesting. 3 stars for Words on Bathroom Walls.
And that's in theaters only?
That's only in theaters right now.
Okay.
The other one is called
Hearts.
Chemical Heart, and it's on Amazon Prime starting.
Okay.
It's on Amazon. And this is a young man who is going into his senior year to be editor of his school paper, and a new transfer student comes in and is named co-editor, and she has issues. And he's played by Austin Abrams. She's played by Lily Reinhart, who people would know from Riverdale. She's Betty. And she has a lot of issues, and we find out over time in fairly short order. And mostly involved. She was in a car accident that screwed up her leg, but also killed her first boyfriend, and all the stuff she's dealing with for that. This one is really beautifully done. It really gets into the whole notion of first love and grief and guilt. And Lily Reinhart is really, I think, a really strong up-and-coming actress. And she's one of these people that, 10 years from now, we're going to go, oh, yeah, her. She's in all the things.
Yeah.
And it's really worthwhile. So
What's
3.5 for
Chemical
Hearts. All right. Thank you, Sean.
3.5 for that.
3.5. Thank you very much, Sean. All right.
You're welcome.
We'll talk to you next week.
Talk to you next week.
Yep.
Let's do some traffic. Gina, please.
Yeah, I'll just take this opportunity to ask for traffic, because as far as UDOT's, I would even love an update that just says, hey, here's where I'm driving and things are looking good. It doesn't have to be something bad. Why be something bad? Just be positive traffic.
I'm getting reports of a street sweeper going up and down my street right now.
Perfect.
All right.
Thank you, Kerry Jackson. You could text that to us at 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
We've got another round of boner candidates coming up for you. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, ladies and gentlemen, your Presidential Medal of Freedom winner. Boner candidate number 2, that girl ain't normal. And number 3, that toe came off out in the bright sunshine and fresh air.
All right, round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by, X96.
2020 marriage proposal.
It's not a big deal, but I guarantee you, Gina, if today were the day you were going to court at 8:15, you would not have come to work.
It's true.
You wouldn't have come to work.
That's true.
I would too.
I don't think you would have.
You would have said, I got court. And we'd say, when? And you'd go, I don't know. And that'd be it,
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't come in.
Court sometime.
I got court sometime. I don't know.
On another topic, a totally different topic. Yesterday, we went to lunch at the Lone Star Steakhouse in Sugar House with the staff, and Gina was there with her baby, and I was the little Jonesy, who's almost a year old and just as cute as anything, and I was the only person at the table who made the baby cry.
Well, she's my daughter. She knows you make me cry everybody day.
Everybody else is going doobie playing with the baby and being cute
Gina,
with the baby.
that doesn't work because I didn't make her cry.
That's true.
And I've made you cry.
That's true.
On the radio.
I went and sat down by the baby to just kind of bonding. Hi, it's your Uncle Bill. Cried.
Even Artie Fufkin didn't make her cry.
No, I thought for sure Artie was going to make her cry.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
He did that for like 10 minutes.
And kept waving his hand.
He said, "Don't eat trans fats or you'll end up looking like me."
Even Artie didn't make the baby cry.
Artie could have picked the baby up and placed the baby in his mouth, and the baby wouldn't have cried. The whole head, and the baby wouldn't have cried.
I think it's your facial hair. Might make you look scary. I'm just guessing.
Was I the only one there with facial hair? Well, Heather. Just kidding, Heather.
She hasn't experienced a lot of facial hair. Maybe.
I don't know.
And then I brought her over to you later. Like, it's safe with mommy holding you kind of thing. And I gave Bill a hug. See, he's nice.
She didn't cry then, but she was barely holding it.
She had the face.
Barely holding it together.
She had the
you could see
face.
she was just like any second she was just going to.
It was the face.
We were there for 2 hours, and she was good the whole time we were there. I didn't have to get up and walk around with her once.
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Are you bragging?
Yes.
Okay. So she's like that all the time. You're just bragging.
Yes.
Yeah. And she didn't do that once, does she usually? Well, no. Well, wow.
She ate all kinds of things for lunch I didn't eat. She had tomatoes.
She ate the tomatoes off my salad and my onions.
Did not.
And then, yeah, she ate all
She
my
ate-
onions, and then I picked
She
onions.
really ate
oh,
onions?
yeah. Loves onions. And I said, Carrie, you can eat that onion?
Here.
But she doesn't have teeth.
She has 4.
That onion even had blue cheese dressing on it,
Yeah.
Gina, which is something
That's
else
what
that
I'm
you wouldn't
saying.
eat.
Well, now that says a lot to me, and because when I sat down by the baby, and maybe this is why she cried. I went, "Hi, honey. God, your breath stinks."
You hurt her
that's why she
feelings.
cried. That's why she cried.
You can watch us at x96.com/live. We've got the split screen going. You can see us all in our various bedrooms and attics and basements.
I'm not calling this a guest room anymore because I will never have another guest. So.
Well, come on. People still want to stay with you.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
and they
sure
can
they
want
do.
to. Doesn't mean I'm going to let them stay with me.
It's because they know that you knock the olives over, right?
Is it
This
is
is
it now
the-
the studio? Is that what it's called now?
Yeah, it'll be the studio/quarantine sick room. If anybody needs to quarantine, it'll be in here. So,
Well, then where will you go?
well, it'll probably be me. Because the odds are I'm going to be the one that gets this.
Yeah.
I've
So-
heard that the listeners are taking bets as to who.
Oh, really?
Who gets it first out of all of us? And everyone is saying that it's probably going to be you, Gina, because
Yeah,
if anything bad happens, it usually happens to you.
It's true.
I'm going to have to, if I get it, I'm going to have to quarantine in my car.
All right. Well, it's time for round two, of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get a chance to become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of the winners, put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you will decide Boner of the Day. Right now, you got to pick a champion for round 2 to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
You can't buy it. You can't even pick it up yet.
Because it's too heavy.
So the Boner T-shirt is made of lead, and it's very no. I mean, you'll win it. You'll be on a list, and we'll figure out a way to get it to you sometime.
Katie just informed me that we're throwing in with this a Diversion Eatery gift card.
Oh, nice. Oh, and we should be getting food from them sometime this morning.
Sometime between 9 and 10, they're going to be delivering some food for us.
I have to watch my text. They text me instead of knocking on the door. They send me a text, which is nice. All right, here's boner candidate number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, your Presidential Medal of Freedom winner. Rush Limbaugh has added to his long history of vile sexist attacks on prominent women by promoting right-wing stories that describe Democratic vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris as a hoe and a mattress, accusing Harris of using sex to get ahead. During last Friday's broadcast of his top-rated radio program, and it's National Radio Day today. I'm so proud. Limbaugh latched onto a couple of stories revolving around the sexist smear that Harris owes her political career to her brief, and she did have a brief romantic relationship with former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown in the mid-'90s. Noting that the NBA recently dismissed a photographer from its restart season bubble after he posted a meme of Harris and Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden captioned "Joe and the Hoe," Limbaugh repeatedly spelled out the word hoe while rhetorically asking, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Snerdley, what do you think about that?" Saying that this takes me to the second story. Limbaugh, who was recently awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by his buddy, Donald Trump, then highlighted a recent piece from right-wing magazine The Spectator titled, "Why It Should Matter to Women That Kamala Slept Her Way Up." Whoa, you know what that's about, Limbaugh said? That's about Willie Brown. Claiming that Harris had had an affair with Brown while he was married. Brown had been separated from his wife for over a decade. When he did indeed date Harris for a little while.
Yeah, and it never goes the other way. They never accuse men of sleeping their way to the top.
No, I was accused of that.
Really?
I've been accused. Yeah, a bunch of Limbaugh then excitedly read a passage from the Spectator column. "It's no secret but public knowledge that Kamala Harris slept her way up into California political life by being very public escort and mattress for California Democrat kingmaker Willie Brown."
You don't get to where she is sleeping your way to the top. And if you've ever seen her work, you know that it is pure talent that got her everywhere she is.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Presidential Medal of Freedom winner.
That's all they've got.
Joe Lockhart, former press secretary for Bill Clinton, or Barack Obama, said a couple of months ago, that he felt sorry about Rush Limbaugh getting cancer. He tweeted about it, said, I feel sorry that he's gotten cancer, and I hope he recovers. And yesterday he tweeted, "I'm taking that back."
Oh, jeez.
I'm taking that back. I don't feel bad that he has cancer. Here's boner candidate number 2. I'm telling you, that girl ain't normal. Matt Makowiak, I think is how you say it, the chairman of the Texas Travis County Republican Party, criticized the appearance of Billie Eilish during her appearance at the Democratic National Convention, simply posting an image of Billie Eilish on Twitter and adding the caption, "Not normal."
Jeez.
Eilish appeared in a dimly lit forest set with her hair streaked with acid green highlights as she implored younger voters to cast ballots for Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden. "You don't need me to tell you things are a mess," Eilish began. "Donald Trump is destroying our country and everything we care about. We need leaders who will solve problems like climate change and COVID, not deny them, leaders who will fight against systemic racism and inequality. Silence is not an option." And then she played "My Future," a song that she does whose lyrics say, "I'm in love with my future, can't wait to meet her, and I'm in love but not with anybody else. Just want to get to know myself." And, she did a Billie Eilish song.
Yeah, it's a good
and she
song.
did a Billie. Well, this is too much for this Texas Republican guy. Not normal. I saw it, and that girl is not normal.
And again, name calling is all they've got. that.
Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. And, you know, that toe came off out in the bright sunshine and fresh air.
Right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, big boy news and a Pinuendo. Brought to you by...
Are you not entertained? Haster Games has a huge inventory of great board games, magic, and more. Haster Games, 6831 South State, HasterGames.com. Call ahead for curbside service.
New York federal prosecutors have charged President Trump's former campaign advisor Steve Bannon and 3 others with defrauding donors of hundreds of thousands of dollars as part of a fundraising campaign purportedly aimed at supporting Trump's border wall. Bannon was arrested Thursday morning, according to a spokesman that's this morning, for U.S. Attorney's Office. Bannon's lawyer did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Bannon will make his initial court appearance later today in New York. The 4 men indicted for allegedly taking hundreds of thousands of dollars donated to the group called We Build the Wall and using the funds for personal expenses, among other things. According to prosecutors, Bannon, through a nonprofit identified as Nonprofit One, used more than $1 million from We Build the Wall to secretly pay another defendant, Brian Kolfage, and cover hundreds of thousands of dollars in Bannon's personal expenses. Bannon, Kolfage, Andrew Battolotto, and Timothy Shea are charged with 1 count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. As alleged, the defendants defrauded hundreds of thousands of donors, capitalizing on their interest in funding a border wall to raise millions of dollars under the false pretense that that money would be spent on construction, says the prosecuting attorney.
Now, apparently Chris Kobach is the general counsel of the Build the Wall PAC that Steve Bannon has been arrested with. Eric Prince is on the advisory board.
Eric Prince is Betsy DeVos's brother. Eric Prince is the Black Ops guy.
He's on the advisory board. Former CEO Colorado Congressman Tom Tancredo is on the advisory board. Sheriff Dave Clark is, and Kurt Schilling, the former
baseball
pitcher.
player.
Yeah, all on the advisory board.
There you go.
That.
So.
Britney Spears wants a change in her 12-year relationship, or 12-year conservatorship, I should say. Her daddy is in charge of pretty much running her life, making sure that she doesn't go crazy with her money and that kind of thing, because she just might. Well, she went to court to get that to be changed, and no. Court said, nope. Nope, you're still nutty.
Sticking with your dad.
Yeah. Stick with your dad seems to be doing fine. We're sticking with it. Let's see. A Utah man says that in Cedar City at a car dealership says he was fired because he's a Muslim. That's what he claims. Let me try. I got to find a better version of that story because, well, it's messed up where it is right there. We'll do it there. I don't know why it won't come up. Says he was fired from a car dealership because he's a Muslim. He was not born into the Islamic faith. He started reading about it, and he liked the concept, and he converted to Islam. His name is Alan Goodson, and when he was hired as a mechanic at Bradshaw Chevrolet a year ago, he was Christian. He said soon after he heard others at the dealership disparage non-white or non-Christian people, and in particular Muslims, so he started researching Islam. He said the teachings made sense to him, and he converted. I felt amazing being able to pray with other believers, he said. It was the greatest experience of my life. He said his trouble began at work when he asked for accommodations to pray. If you're Muslim, you pray 5 times a day at specified times.
Yeah.
And I guess he was told, well, you can pray on your lunch hour and you can pray on your regular break time. But and he said, well, can't you make some accommodations and give me some other? And he claims they said
it's
no.
It's like 5 minutes.
He claims they said no. And also he said that people then started, hurling slurs at him and all of that kind of stuff.
You
So
telling me
he's-
most people at their
he's
jobs
suing.
are productive every single minute of every...
I'm just telling you what he says they did. I don't know if they did.
I'm
it or not.
just saying,
And
give him
and
5 minutes.
I'm
It's
willing to
not a
bet
big
that
deal.
they're not going to fire people for taking that many smoke breaks.
Yeah.
You know,
Or bathroom breaks
Right,
on
or
their
bathroom
phone.
breaks.
Do you know how much time people spend on their phone in the bathroom at work?
Now we've already indicted this car dealership without knowing if they really did that or not. It's
true.
according to this guy.
Okay.
It's according to him that's what they did. We'll see. Gina, I think you should just start saying, "Leave me alone. I'm praying." That would be the best thing for you to do. Okay. Just start doing that. Let's see. Oh man, the fires in California.
Yeah.
Just horrific. It's a horrible time. California residents running for their lives, their homes being threatened by fire. In the San Francisco Bay Area alone, there were 15 wildfires, most of them burning out of control and feeding off grass and shrubs in the heat. In Southern California, fires were reported in Ventura and Riverside counties, sweeping through one of the world's biggest collections of Joshua trees, burning a 43,000-acre stretch of the Mojave National Preserve. And to top it off, Death Valley yesterday, where it was 130 or something degrees, there was a 4.8 magnitude earthquake.
Does God hate California? That's
End
what
of
it
the
seems
world.
like.
I think
Yeah.
God
Now
he hates us all.
They've got that heat wave going on, and they're having to do those rolling brownouts in California,
Yeah.
where they turn off the power for a time.
The museum dedicated the memory of Susan B. Anthony has, on her behalf, declined President Trump's pardon on behalf of the late women's suffrage leader. The National Susan B. Anthony Museum and House in Rochester, New York, explained in a lengthy Twitter thread Tuesday why it objected to Trump's pardon for Anthony, who was arrested and charged in 1872 for voting illegally. It also suggested some other ways that Susan B. Anthony could be honored. Trump announced the pardon on Tuesday on the 100th anniversary of the passing of the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote. I think he said, by the way, he says, I'm pardoning Susan B. Anthony. I am told she's unable to be here today, but no, he didn't. He didn't really say that. Critics accused Trump of performing an empty gesture with the pardon, given his recent attacks on mail-in voting and bids to cast doubt on the result of the election. Trump has claimed he'll only lose to Biden if the vote is rigged. The museum says if somebody wants to honor Susan B. Anthony, a clear stance against any form of voter suppression would be a good way to
There you
honor
go.
Susan B. Anthony.
That's the answer right there. Sports weather traffic.
Well, the Jazz have tied their series 1 apiece against the Nuggets, and Donovan Mitchell had another amazing game last night, 124-105. Next game is Friday, the 21st at 2 p.m., and my daughter has her first volleyball game today, and I can't go because they only let one parent go. So this one's Joe's. I'll have to go to the next one. The home games, they're not even letting anybody go, and they're going to live stream them so we can watch them online. But this one's out of Salt Lake County, so I'll let you know. I'll report on that tomorrow. Weather, we've got a little bit of cloud cover, a little bit of moisture. Might have an isolated thunderstorm. Don't get excited. It's not going to soak anything, but it's a little change. And it's been, I feel like, 6 weeks since we've had even a hint of anything. 96 for a high. Traffic, wow, you guys really came through. Traffic, I-24 east out of Nashville is clear, going the speed limit. That comes to us from BFOP Marie. She's on her way back here. I-80 on the way to Wendover. Smooth sailing so far. Smooth northbound I-15 from Lehigh to Murray, where the exit was for that friend of the program. Just drove from Bountiful to Park City. Green roads all the way. Thank you, friends of the program.
Excellent.
They all sent that in via text at 33986. It's a group effort to get the traffic done here. I can't possibly do anything by myself because I have to pray. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. You know, that toe came off out in the bright sunshine and fresh air. A Western Missouri doctor has lost his state medical license after amputating a patient's gangrenous toe on the porch of his rural office that doubles as a machine shed. The Missouri State Board of Registration for the Healing Arts revoked Joe Urey's physician and surgeon license in June. Mr. Urey had been practicing in Deepwater, located about halfway between Springfield and Kansas City. Documents filed by the board said that he performed the amputation on the porch of his office, which doubled as a machine shed and lacked running water and restrooms. The board also described instances where Dr. Urey improperly prescribed painkillers to two different patients. Reached Wednesday, the 73-year-old doctor called the board's action a travesty of justice, he said. He explained that the amputation he performed was done to help a friend who was fearful of hospitals and refused to go to have the gangrenous toe treated, putting his life in danger. This toe amputation, everything was absolutely sterile, out in the bright sunshine and fresh air, he said. Urey cannot apply for reinstatement of his license for 2 years under terms of the license revocation. Boner candidate number 3. That toe came off out in the bright sunshine and fresh air.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, your Presidential Medal of Freedom winner. Yes, Rush Limbaugh. Peddling and amplifying misogynistic smears against Kamala Harris. Boner candidate number 2. That girl ain't normal. Texas County Republican chairman mocking Billie Eilish's appearance when she appeared at the Democratic National Convention. And boner candidate number 3, that toe came off out in the bright sunshine and fresh air.
There we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1. Only one of the 2 can be boner of the day, and you will decide that at 9:20 when we put both of our champions together for boner fight at 9:20. Right now, though, you got to pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these candidates forward, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. That's all we need. Well, the computer counts it that way. If anything else is in there, it just confuses the computer. So just put the single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Very easy to do. Or call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. They'll count it in there and get it to us. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting August 20, 2020, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. All right, let's get to it. This is round 2. Let's go.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to bitch about.
Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the.
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay, so my lovely wife Sue, who's just a dainty flower. She yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk. We'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and and relieve herself.
I didn't think
Take
she
a
did.
dump?
Yes,
Okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife, Sue. Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
You know, because when you travel, it's, you're...
Rich food.
I'm sure
yeah,
she
okay.
appreciates
A lot of
you
rich... Well,
discussing this.
she... Really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up. And maintenance guy at the door, right?
Oh, no. It's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, there's a clogged... I opened the door. Clogged drain in the tub. And he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, no. She's in there.
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just say,
she's in
can
there.
you come back and...
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
It's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear... Ah! It went like this. You know, that Krusty the Clown kind of... And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened, or anything. It's all yours, out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear, "I'm blind!"
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her?
Honestly, guess I should have.
Yeah.
You didn't. You didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my wife,
you'd clear it.
I would. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous?
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
Maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. Okay, it is 8:46 right now, and we are broadcasting live from our homes. You can see us at x96.com/live, and there's Katie in the studio in Salt Lake City running the board and keeping things going. And as promised, I I put a new piece of art or poster behind me every day.
That's
so
Fear
far.
and Loathing, isn't it?
This is
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, yeah?
well, it's Fear and Loathing on Tatooine.
Oh.
You can see it's C-3PO. See,
yeah.
R2 is in the car with BB-8 and in the land speeder.
Yeah.
This was a gift from Cadillac Greg. He gave that to me.
I don't care to see him smoking like
I was
that.
going to say, I think 3PO's your rule follower. R2 is the one that kind of goes, rogue. Pardon the pun.
Yeah.
Yeah, not 3PO.
Anyway, anything happening? I'm having trees removed today. Tim the tree guy is swinging by my house to.
Well, should we award
trees.
the boner?
Yeah, let's award the boners.
Okay, we can get around to that. I mean, what's the hurry?
I mean,
I don't know.
Where's the fire, baby?
We usually do the award the boner and then move on to.
Well, we were told by the consultant yesterday we need to kind of shake things up a little bit.
Oh, is that how we're going to do it?
Yeah. So,
all right. Let's award round 2 of your boners then.
Yes, and round 2 of the boners is brought to you by a baked potato.
And Thursday is family night at Diversion Eatery. Get a 16-inch pizza, 10 wings, and a big green salad, all for just $25 with the promo code FAMILYDEAL. Located at 535 North 3rd West and online at diversioneatery.com. And we should be getting some early lunch from them sometime in the next hour or so.
I'm waiting to be texted right now to see when my... Oh, wait a minute.
No, it's too early. They wouldn't be here yet.
Well, I did just get a text, but it's not them. I think last time they came like almost right at 9. So here we go. We're going to announce the winner of this round of boner voting. First of all, I'll tell you that candidate number 1 was, well, it just beat the pants off of both of the other two. It just smeared them. So it was Rush Limbaugh. Ladies and gentlemen, your Presidential Medal Freedom winner, Rush Limbaugh. Mr. Snerdley for making his sexist comments about Kamala Harris. 174 votes. Now, number 2, that girl ain't normal. The Texas GOP chairman who made fun of Billie Eilish's appearance at the DNC. That's all. He was criticizing just the way she looked. She don't look normal. And then there was the guy. Now the toe amputation out on the porch, that got more votes than the guy who said Billie Eilish didn't look normal. That got 52 votes. But Rush really just cleaned up.
All right, so there's your winner of round 2. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We're going to take both of our winners of each round and put them both into Boner Dome, put them against each other. Boner Fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day.
Now, are you doing yard work, Carrie, today?
I'm not, no. Tim the tree guy is coming over to remove 2 dead trees that I have.
He did yard work yesterday. He told me.
Well, I did a little bit.
Oh.
Well, I've been going out, and a little bit every day when but it's just so hot. I haven't been able to get it all done. And picking up the pine cones that awful jerk squirrel has been throwing onto my lawn. I mean, my lawn is, and it's not an exaggeration, covered with these pine cones. And it's starting to hurt the lawn, so I've been going out and picking those up. But yesterday we noticed that 2 of the trees in the back fence are dead. And I thought maybe it was a watering issue. But I called Tim the tree guy, and he came over, and he said, no, spider mites.
Spider mites?
Spider mites.
Spider mites. Spider mites. Does whatever a spider mite does.
And I said, you sure? And he goes, yeah, give me a piece of paper. So I got him a piece of paper, and he went under the branch of the tree, and he tapped the branch and held the paper underneath it.
Sure enough.
And then he says, see, spider mites. And he gave me some of this stuff to kill the spider mites. And he says, you put it on, you put your hose on the end of it, your water hose, and then it'll spray it out. And so you just spray the trees around the dead ones.
Oh, so they don't get them too.
So they don't get them too. And then he's going to come today and remove the 2 dead ones with the spider mites. The spider mites.
Mite away. It's called mite away.
Now, if he does for you what he did for me when he cut down a tree, he'll leave you some good firewood there. Because because
Well, you can have it. I don't have a
firewood that you are not supposed to burn because it contributes to too much air pollution.
It's good to have though, for camping. If you ever go camping, you need the firewood for camping.
Is that what you need for camping, Gina? Is firewood? Yeah. Firewood and s'mores. You don't need firewood. You go in a big trailer.
We still make a fire. We still have a campfire.
In the trailer?
At the outside the trailer.
Okay.
See, that's why Bill doesn't have a trailer anymore.
Yeah, I had one.
You had a fire in the trailer.
For very first night, campfire in the
Somebody
trailer.
said, let's have a fire, and he
burned it down.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
So the question, Gina, is if
Yes.
you were to take these dead trees,
yes,
and use them in a campfire to roast your marshmallows,
yes,
would the spirits of the spider mites that rise up in the smoke, would they infest your marshmallow?
Contaminate.
See, I had never thought of that, and now that is all I will think about when.
Think about it.
Yeah,
where do I get sterilized logs?
Whatever's been living in that log, Gina, when you burn that log, it goes up into your marshmallow.
Mm-hmm.
You have you're smudging your marshmallow with the souls of dead spider mites.
Are you trying to ruin s'mores for me? Don't ruin. I have so little. Let me have that still.
Okay.
They're referring to it as a spider mite spirit attack. Tim the Tree Guy says, as an aspiring woodworker, cheap, good wood is hard to get. May I have Tim the Tree Guy's phone number?
You want an aspiring woodworker? What are you making?
Ashtrays.
Well, if that's the case, then this wood is infested with spider mites, and you don't want that, do you? I mean, because that would a chair in your house with the spider mites.
I don't know.
There's probably a way to cleanse.
You're trying to ruin woodworking for him now. Now that's all he's going to be thinking. He was an aspiring woodworker, and now he's going to change his mind. So
we lose more woodworkers that way. Yep. Kids just aren't signing up for the woodworker jobs anymore.
I'm going to sound really dumb right now, though. But
no. No, you're not. You go on, Gina.
So when Tim cut the tree down and then sliced it up into campfire-sized bits, I was surprised how wet it is inside.
Inside the tree?
Yeah. Like
was it a dead tree or?
It was dying.
It was on its way.
Yeah,
but it would still have that.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to dry. You need to dry it. It needs to dry out.
But
probably have to let it sit for a season.
Yeah, I was surprised how wet it was inside, and Joe's like, "Well, that's."
It's a living thing. It has. What is that?
Because we had to pick up the logs and move them and stack them. I'm like, it's all wet.
It's moist.
This wood is wet.
I mean, it's not like it's water. It's not like water dripping out of it, but it's
it's
moist.
Surprised.
If it's still alive, it's moist. Yeah.
Let's see, haunted s'mores. Usually the first project, this is Blaine, usually the first project in junior high is that weird little step stool that you build. It's always useless. Then you always make the key-shaped key holder.
Yeah. So you put on the wall so you can hang your keys on the key.
And our aspiring woodworker says that, oh no, bugs leave really cool patterns in the grain.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, they burrow through it, and yeah.
All right, well, okay, you can have my dead trees. That's fine. Take them. I'll give you Tim's number, and you can have them.
You wood people, work it out.
You wood people.
Oh, there's someone here who says she needs a log. I don't know.
Does that?
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Some
All
lady.
right. Step stool shaped like a turtle. Is that the one you build in woodshop?
I don't know.
I don't know. I never had woodshop.
I had woodshop in junior high, and they let us build crossbows. Thanks, Nebo School District. I'm sure that was a well thought out idea.
The only thing I ever made, we made ashtrays with pieces of metal and a ball peen hammer. You know, you just put a piece of metal over a mold and then you pound it into the mold, and there's an ashtray. We did several of those.
There's a texter. My son's junior high doesn't even have shop class. Is that the case? Are they don't have shop anymore?
I don't know about now.
Katie?
I know when I was in school, we had to take shop because it was part of the CTE kind of a thing.
Oh yeah.
What's the CTE thing?
It's like the old TLC classes
What's a
that they used to make
TLC
you
thing?
tender loving care. I don't know. It's like home things.
Home ec stuff.
Yeah, home ec. There we go. That's what I was looking
Practical
for.
things. Practical classes.
But with shop, all we did for our practical things was make one of those penny game boards. And that's about it.
My brother was quite a woodworker in high school, and he built a coffee table that I still have. It's not
You still
inside.
have it?
It's outside. I use it as a bench for the outside, but I still have it. He was surprised when he came up to visit. I said, "You recognize that?" I made that, didn't I? Did I make that? I don't remember. All right. Traffic, Gina.
Let's see. Traffic construction alert, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Westbound US 40 reduced to one lane south on the Mayflower exit. This is around Jordanelle Reservoir, while crews are setting beams for a new underpass bridge. Fire affecting the roadway southbound 3rd West 650 North in Salt Lake. I think there was an abandoned building on fire there. Southbound closed 7th North. Use an alternate there. Crash southbound 20th West 800 North in West Point. And crash northbound US 89 at SR 193 in Layton. That's traffic.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner Fight coming up. I think Mary Nichols is going to call us pretty quickly here. Stand by for all of that. But first, a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force. Mask up.
Yeah, and you know, kids are going back to school. You can still get help with your kids' free and reduced lunch programs. So if your child has participated in free and reduced meal programs at your local school, if they last spring, you may still be eligible for a one-time benefit of $308 per child to help with buying food for kids staying home if they're going to be doing at-home learning. Application for those eligible for Pandemic EBT is available only in the month of August. You have to apply unless your family is already receiving SNAP, essentially the food stamps, the food assistance. If you're receiving that already, you don't have to apply, but if you're not, you do have to apply. Apply online at jobs.utah.gov/PEBT, I believe. So do that. You can find out more about it by going to utah.coronavirus.gov.
Stay and play with Broadway. X96 is giving away a beautiful drive.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
That's expensive. That's
Yeah,
an
I was going to say,
expensive
I'll put you in the
drink.
poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my
And
favorite.
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and
I
dropped
love
off some
Punk.
toys, but
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about.
Hmm.
I'm talking about
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy. But actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so
Well,
maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore?
He was, well, when I found out that he was self-certified.
You wanted,
That's when.
That's when I went, oh, well.
You didn't like his advice, and
That's
then you
what did
looked
it.
into it. And,
Yeah.
But
I said, where
Because
did
he
you,
thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
where did you learn this stuff, I said. Did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
And I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and says, the first thing he always says is, hey, how's that Tina doing?
is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's
Yeah.
terrible, by
I
the
know,
way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But well, then I'm putting out a call, Chainsaw Guy. If you're listening, we have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard
it
he
will
was
be
doing
like
a-
the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of
Chainsaw Guy podcast?
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if he, I hope I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So a Chainsaw Guy, I just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
He could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No, I want him in here. I need to see him. I need to.
I don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
His overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes,
there's always something hanging out.
Well, we have 4 more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to.
Well, I'll
make
I,
good
if
on.
I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him, Kerry says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the.
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, "Hey, hey, hey,"
Yeah.
and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the what is it? The Universal Life
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy.
Uh-huh.
Well,
it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain.
Yeah.
His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you could call him by his first name.
Okay, the Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
and do
then
life
you can have
advice.
all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so
Well,
maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, "Can you come over right now?" And I said, "No."
Now that I hear that song again, we probably shouldn't have played that on National Radio Day because
Why?
it's definitely an anti-radio song.
Well, it's the perfect time to play it.
You're right.
I think it's the perfect time.
Let's go to the phones. I think Mary Nichols is on the phone. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Mary. It's National
Yes.
National Radio Day, so I don't know why we're talking to you. You're on TV.
Well, I can pretend. I did radio a long time ago.
That's true.
I had my own
Okay.
blues show,
Really?
but we can
blues
congratulate you
show.
guys instead.
That's not
Blues from midnight till 3 a.m.
Who was your favorite blues artist?
There was an album that I always went to. It was called Gabe's Dirty Blues. I don't even remember, but he played like Maria Moldauer. There was just a mix of a bunch of songs.
Let me
So it was
look
kind of
that
fun.
up. I'm going to look that up right now.
Maria
It's gonna be your
Moldauer.
theme song now.
I remember her. Yeah.
And a few others, but it was always the go-to. Just let it play because it was midnight to 3, so no big deal.
Oh, so you just
But
put
you
on
guys,
the record.
I wanted to talk about something blowing up on my Facebook page this morning.
Yes.
Not about masks.
Okay.
It's about candy corn.
Okay.
I was going to ask
you
you
guys
about
talked-
this. This
Have
hard-hitting
you talked
news
about
story
the
you're
new
doing.
candy corn? Yes.
No.
Hard-hitting news. Candy Corn Brox is coming out with a new flavor package of candy corn for the season, the fall season. Thanksgiving dinner flavored candies. They have a roasted turkey, a stuffing,
Okay.
Green beans,
Okay.
ginger glazed carrots.
Huh.
That's the other one. Sweet potato
Cranberry?
pie and cranberry sauce. Yeah. I
Now
can see cranberry sauce and maybe sweet potato pie, but the others, oh my gosh, in the candy corn.
Are they shaped like the candy, the niblets of corn?
No.
Just like,
Apparently they're shaped like candy corns.
Well,
but different colors. There's like
yeah,
a green one, and,
well,
and
Mary,
the green
Mary,
is the green.
Ma-
Yeah.
Mary, the regular candy corn. Those are supposed to be like little niblets of corn.
Triangles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Right. But they're shaped like corn. I think. I saw the package. I posted a picture of it, and it has like
Okay.
It's just.
Is
but
this
some
the-
people
I
are
might eat the
saying, "Oh
stuffing
my."
one.
Is this
I'm
the big
looking at him now.
Is this the big story that Gina was telling me
Yes.
about?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like it. I like this.
I said, I'm glad we're having Mary on. She brings us the hard-hitting news, and I was
Yeah.
anxious to talk to you about the turkey dinner candy corn.
Breaking candy
Yeah, I know.
corn news.
There's no Democratic National Convention going on or anything. There's freaking candy corn.
Yeah. I'm all for this. I'm anxious to try it. Turkey flavored candy corn, green bean, and it's so it all comes in one bag.
Yeah. And you
So-
pick them out by the color. Kind of like
I'm-
Jelly
yeah.
Bellies or something.
I'm on this. I love it.
So
I
then
love
the
idea.
question
Does it look like they're
is,
shaped?
how do you combine the
can't tell.
flavors? Like, do you have a
Ooh.
turkey and a cranberry one and eat it together?
Yeah, I mean that
Yeah,
would be kind of
well-
what you would do, right?
You'd want to, yeah.
I mean, people
Yeah.
do that with the Jelly Bellies. They like to do their little flavor combinations.
Their little combos. Yeah.
Let's
And
see.
I'm one of those with Thanksgiving dinner. I cut everything up and I mix it all together.
Oh.
Yeah,
well,
me too. I like that.
Now,
I mean,
now
mashed potatoes, gravy, corn stuffing, and I have to cut up the turkey, and then I mix it all up like in a big pile of slosh on my plate, and I
Yeah.
absolutely love it.
Mary, allow me to change your life. All right. Now when you when you get your Thanksgiving dinner and you have your leftover stuffing the next day, put that in the waffle iron. Put that stuffing in the waffle iron and let it crisp up nice. And you can have it with your mashed potatoes and gravy. You can put gravy on top of it if you'd like. But if you just put
That's
syrup
a
on
great
top
idea.
of it, put syrup on top of it. It's
Oh,
like
I'm not sure about that.
well, you get the salty and the sweet going, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great idea. You have changed my life.
Life changing.
I want Thanksgiving candy now.
Yeah, I want to try this candy corn now.
I wonder if it's for sale. I saw it on the Brock's website, but I don't know if it's for sale yet. It is August.
Yeah,
Gina?
it might be a
Maybe
little
they're-
early.
Gina, that's your assignment.
Okay,
Make
I'm
that
looking.
happen.
Candy corn was originally called Chicken Feed. It was the original name of the candy by the Wonderly Candy Company, produced in 1888, and then they changed it to candy corn, and it is it has endured ever since. I like the regular candy corn. It's like eating flavored wax.
You know, some people don't like it.
Yeah.
They just say it's like a little bit of sugar and wax, and then they hate it.
Yeah, I don't.
I like the yellow and orange part. I don't like the white. I think the white.
It's all the same.
Too hard.
Now,
I disagree.
The candy corn flavored Oreos were good.
Yeah.
Those were
Oh,
I liked those.
that was out a few years ago, right?
Yeah. All right.
good. We can buy the turkey dinner Brock's right now.
Where?
Okay, get them. Make it happen.
Online, you can have it. Walmart
course.
has it. CVS
Okay.
has it, Bill. When you go to the CVS, you can get
I don't go to the CVS. I go to the Walgreens.
All right.
I am in the top 1% of shoppers in Utah at CVS.
Well,
I
there you
saved
go.
I saved $57 yesterday on my shopping trip at CVS. So there.
That's wonderful. You need to go there. Get some turkey dinner candy corn then.
Well,
I should have gotten it yesterday. I would have gotten 30% off.
Congratulations on that. And to play you out, here's a track from Gabe's Dirty Blues. This is Wynoni Harris. Wynoni Harris, keep churning till the butter come is the name
Oh,
of the song.
no.
Keep on churning till the butter comes.
There you go.
Keep on pumping, make the butter flow. Wipe
There
off
you
the
go.
There we go.
Thank you, Mary. Mary Nichols, Channel 2. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Bye.
Thanks. We'll see you. Okay.
That's my new favorite song. Keep on churning till the butter comes.
Wynoni Harris is his name. All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Boner Fight and a reasonable amount of news. Stand by for that. Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
Yeah, I've driven all the cars they have at Volkswagen Southtown. Most recently, the Passat, which was a fun car to drive. Kind of dangerous how fun it is. I had my kids in the car the other day driving it, and they said, "Mom, you're driving too fast." I said, "But I'm having fun, and I don't have much fun these days. So let me have fun in the Passat from Volkswagen Southtown." You can have fun in one, too. Driving safely, of course. Right now at Volkswagen Southtown, they have 0% APR for up to 6 years on every remaining 2020 Volkswagen, or you can get 0 payments for 4 months on any new car. You need to go to the 0 zone at VWSouthtown.com. Interest rates have never been lower. Trade in your car, and Volkswagen Southtown will get you the original base MSRP for it. Volkswagen Southtown has a great selection of used cars as well, all makes and models. Upgrade your car to a newer, better one at Volkswagen Southtown, just off 106 South on I-15. Start shopping at VWSouthtown.com.
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Look
Well,
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so.
it
yeah.
embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils. Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me. Don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of she's kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No. This girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute. Oh, my God.
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that.
In the car?
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you...
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere. In
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, oh, I didn't know I had hair there?
Yeah, well, I have. But I can't.
Tweezers in your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blink? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because you know the robot's going to die at some point.
So much.
You know what you love even more?
What?
I was trying to find. I went to the Brock's website for candy corn.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to find what the Thanksgiving mix, what it looked like, and I can't find it on their website. But I did find this, Gina. S'mores candy corn.
So I don't have to roast marshmallows over dead bugs.
They are little candy corn shaped, and it's a dark brown top, a marshmallow looking middle, and I guess the bottom part is supposed to be a
graham cracker.
Graham cracker. It's kind of golden.
I
S'mores
want those.
candy corn.
I will order those.
S'mores candy corn
delivered to my front door.
I'm sure you can, but
and
they
hide
don't.
them from my children.
The Brock's website does not have the Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they do. That's where I went to tell you where you could buy them.
Brock's.com products.
It's new, so don't look under products. Go to Brock's. Just Google Brock's Thanksgiving dinner, and it comes up.
Well, it goes to other websites. Doesn't go to
No,
their official
that's the
website.
Rock's website where you can order it. I promise.
Well, I'm going to get it then.
Well,
Okay.
one of you order them, please.
Yeah, I want them.
And then,
I don't have traffic now, but I feel like I need to tell you about this. Salt Lake City Fire Department is saying 3rd West, 635 North is a 2-alarm blaze. It's closed down north and southbound lanes of 3rd West between 9th North and 6th North.
Scott McCain has been following that on Twitter. He's got video.
And it's a structure fire. This is another report of it. All shut down all southbound lanes on 3rd West approaching 6th North. Find an alternate route if you're on Beck Street heading into downtown Salt Lake. So there you go.
Quite the fire, it looks like. Okay, well, we can save a reasonable amount of news. We don't have any more guests the rest of this hour.
Mm-hmm.
And we've just kind of dawdled about here. We could just go right into Boner Fight if you'd like.
Well, that's okay with me, yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah, let me just look and see if there's anything here that... I never did mention the... I thought this was... There is video and audio of this. A Russian opposition politician.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Alexei Navalny. He's in a coma in a Siberian hospital. He was at an airport, and he had a cup of tea, and he got on a plane, and as he was on the plane, he started to experience difficulty. He was poisoned.
Yeah.
The plane had to turn around and go back, and you can hear him just screaming in agony as they take him off the plane, and he was put in a hospital in intensive care. He's he's a opposition to Vladimir Putin. That's how Vladimir Putin deals with his
It's either
opposition.
rooftop, off the rooftop, or poison.
Yeah. We have to do the Boner Fight now because apparently my food has been
Mine just arrived as well.
has been delivered. So we better get to the Boner Fight so I can go grab my food.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
My wife is going to go get it.
Oh, she's going to go get it? All right, well, let's get to Boner Fight then, and we'll do news later.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
I think I know who's going to win here. We have Boner candidate number 1. It's The Deep State is After Me. This is she claims she's a reporter for InfoWars. She says she live videoed the feds coming to arrest her. She says, I was just about to break a big story about the deep state, and now I'm being arrested because I've gotten too close to government corruption. No, they're arresting her because she stole money from her mother. And she keeps claiming, no, it's because I've got the goods on the deep state. That's Boner candidate number 1. Going against number 2, ladies and gentlemen, your Presidential Medal of Freedom winner, Rush Limbaugh, peddling and amplifying misogynistic smears against Kamala Harris.
All right. There we go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win, put that single digit in the message of a text. That's all the computer needs. Anything else in there just confuses it when you vote via text. Just put 1, 2, or 3 in there. And text it to 33986. Pretty easy to do. Or you can call the producer's booth back in Salt Lake, the studio. They will take your vote via voice, 877-602-9696. That's another way. Most people vote online. So go to x96.com. As soon as you get there, refresh the browser so that the box appears. The box will say Boner Fight August 20, 2020. Click on that and you can vote online. Easy. All right. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
When Radio from Hell concludes, the music begins with a 1-hour nonstop music.
So we're in the back porch and look over, and Bri says, I just saw a critter. Was not specific because he knows how she feels. And that was that. So Sunday morning, we wake up. Morning's going fine. Everything's good, making coffee, the whole thing. And then I hear Sue screaming.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
And I come into the kitchen, and she's looking out the back window. And I run to the window to see my two dogs in a tug-of-war.
Really?
With a rat.
Was it still alive?
The rat was wounded.
Oh.
So I go running out there, and it's like, get inside, get inside, get inside. And so
we got a couple of little ratters.
So we close the doggy door. Sue immediately brushes their teeth and cleans their faces.
Yeah.
So she can, get loves. And so I'm now rat patrol. So the rat's lying there, and it's wounded. And and I'm like, it's still alive. But I look at it, and it looks pretty bad. So I figure I'll leave it alone for a half hour, and it'll die. And then I'll, get a sack and pick it up. Go back out a half hour later. It's actually looking a little better. Wow. It's rolled over on its belly. It's still not walking because I think its legs are broken.
Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
And
I feel bad for the poor rat.
I do too, and then I'm like, I'm going to have to dispatch the rat, aren't I? I'm going to have to, because it's in pain, it's suffering.
Go get your gun.
So
or just wait for 4 turtles to show up.
Yeah. So I went and I got my Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, shoot your eye out.
Well, I cocked it and put it right to its head. And I had to dispatch the rat. And even then, I couldn't pick it up right away. I'm going to let it. I'll be back in a bit. And so I come back like 20 minutes later, and it was starting to stiffen up already. That was pretty fast.
Oh, yeah.
But end of the story is Sue is putting our house up for sale. And
Truly? Some people would.
Lemonade. For a limited time, price participation may vary.
If you haven't slept, you might think some caffeine.
The original dog was never curious about exploring the backyard. He wasn't interested in getting into the shrubs or the trees or anything, so I was able to put like traps out there and I took care of the rat problem for quite a while. But now I have curious dogs, and I can't do that because Ripley will.
They'll get in the trap.
Ripley will find the trap, and so I don't need that. But yeah, Hudson was high on adrenaline for the rest of the day.
Killer.
He just did that. That stirred something in him.
You should have seen my cat with a beetle yesterday. Man, did that cat go to town? A killer. Little beetle.
The day, brooklinen.com. Got to remind you about Brooklinen. Of course, I've been telling you about the sheets. They are the internet's favorite sheets, and they're our favorite sheets here in our home. But the Brooklinen towels, you've got to try the bath towels. You know, here in quarantine, I try to maintain, you know, a schedule so that there's a sense of normalcy. That means I don't need to get up and shower every morning, but I do. But the Brooklinen towels have turned my bathroom into a miniature spa, kind of helping me find my zen in the quarantine times, and I think you'll like them too. Brooklinen, the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft towels. They're so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code JACKSON, my last name, JACKSON, for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code JACKSON. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life. Okay, let's award the boner.
And it's brought to you in part by, it's brought to you in part by this delicious wavy gravy hamburger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my doorbell just rang.
That I've been eating here, and also managed to get grease on my shirt and my shorts already. It did very well with that.
Yes, you did. No, they're delicious. That's my favorite burger there, though. It's the
it's the first time I've had it, and it's the best one I've had, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it's probably brought to you by someone else, but Gina
went to get her.
She went to pray.
No other sponsor. Don't worry about it.
So we had Boner candidate number one. The Deep State is after me. That InfoWars reporter woman. She said that the cops just. Were arresting her because she was closing in on a big story. No, she stole money from her mother, going against Rush Limbaugh, who used misogynistic and just awful smears against Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
And he wins, hands down.
Oh, it was no contest, huh?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, there you go. That's your boner for today, the 20th of August, 2020. Give you a proper sound there. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week, and that will be decided tomorrow by Dave the Flower Guy, not by you.
Now, I didn't order this, but this also came with my diversion eatery.
He gave you chips and guac, too?
Look at that.
I got chips and guac, too.
Isn't that nice?
Big thing of chips and guacamole here.
I love chips and guac.
So...
I got the 3 tacos because it's a combo, 3 tacos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had those last week. They were good.
Chicken, steak, and carnitas. They're delicious. The tortillas, I'm pretty sure he makes them at the restaurant.
Well, that's what I think these chips are made probably from the tortillas at the that he
just
does the tacos with.
They're soft and delicious and just the way that they should be.
I have another bite of hamburger.
Well, you got to do the news.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Here, I'll read a sponsor while you chew.
Right.
During the month of August, Scott Hale's offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. Do you need a little more? That's 801-264-HALE. It's a hail of a deal you get at Scott Hale with the $39. I can keep going.
No, I got it now.
I'll play a long intro.
Okay. We got a toothpick. That's okay.
People are asking, it's Diversion Eatery.
Yes.
Diversion Eatery.
535 North 3rd West or online at diversioneatery.com.
Thank you.
Okay. What are we doing here?
News.
Oh,
news.
Okay. All right. I saw this little news item today, and it I didn't read into it very, very closely. I made a note about it. It said apparently, it says here, there is some evidence that women's bodies can unconsciously weed out inferior sperm. It can sense inferior sperm and weed it out. And I don't think that's really probably not true. It obviously was not true in my mother's case. She
just let that right on through, didn't she?
Yeah, here I am. Here I am in all my wretched glory.
Now wait, they're saying that it's the women's body that does this, because it sounds to me like if it is in fact inferior sperm that it wouldn't make the trip, so to speak.
Well, it gets in there, and then they say, "No, you ain't going any further than this, buddy. You're not going to be able to fertilize nothing. Okay.
All right.
There's some evidence to suggest that. And then the other note I made this morning was so after going through all that happened at the Democratic National Convention last night, the message I took from that was it's very important, and I think almost every single speaker stressed this about voting. Voting, it's very, very important for you, and I'm going to do this for sure. It's very important to vote early and to vote as many times as you can so that Donald Trump is defeated and Joe Biden is the president. So
now, I'm not very political. I usually think people who vote are a bit fruity.
Yeah, so try and get over that and just go out and vote as many times as you can so that we can get Joe Biden in there. Now, here in Utah, a woman who's running for, or is on the ticket to be lieutenant governor, she's on the Spencer Cox ticket, Senator Deidre Henderson, is back home again after now 2 trips to the emergency room this week. She tested positive for COVID-19 on August 8th after 2 of her family members tested positive early in the week. Henderson said she went to the hospital on Monday and then again on Tuesday for shortness of breath and pain in her lungs. X-rays showed both fluid and inflammation in the lower lobes of both lungs. Wednesday, the eve of a special legislative session, the senator is at home resting and listening in on committee meetings remotely. The rest of her family, Henderson says, have recovered completely, and she hopes to join those ranks shortly.
You know who else is recovering right now? Dr. Fauci had surgery.
Oh, he did?
Yep.
Surgery?
Yep. Public health official who's 79. He doesn't seem that old, does he? 79 is reportedly in okay condition after an operation this morning to remove a polyp on his vocal cords.
Oh, maybe it's I'm Dr. Anthony Fauci, and then next week when we hear him, he'll say,
"Hello, my name is Dr. Anthony Fauci." So this is a few weeks ago. Lily Wachowski, one of the co-directors of The Matrix, confirmed that the classic sci-fi action movie was always an allegory for transgender people. Fans of the franchise had long speculated about what the deeper meaning of the films actually was, with Wachowski, a trans woman, along with her sister Lana, confirming the speculation that it's a metaphor for the transgender process and the barriers that continue to stand in the way of the trans community. As part of an interview with Netflix that you can watch below. So I'll wait while you
while we watch it below.
While you watch it below.
Okay.
Now Keanu Reeves, during an interview with Yahoo Entertainment to promote the movie Bill and Ted, was asked what he thought about The Matrix being a trans allegory, to which he said, "Well, I never spoke to Lily about that. She never conveyed that to me, and I think the Matrix films are profound, and I think that allegorically a lot of people in different versions of the film can speak to that, and for Lily to come out and share that with us, well, I think that's cool." And he said, "I don't know if that'll manifest itself, but it's cool by me. It's okay with me.
Cool by me.
It's okay with me." And I didn't realize, now I knew, so the films were directed originally the Wachowski brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't realize that both of them had transitioned. I thought it was just Lana. But so apparently it's Lily and Lana.
Oh, okay.
Wachowski. I just reading this story was the first time I had...
yeah, they're the Wachowski sisters.
Yeah, it's the first time I had seen that.
Mm-hmm. Lana and Lily, yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see, Gina, the first male murder hornet has been found in the United States. And that, now I don't know what crime the hornet committed, but it signifies that there are now traps, or there are hives somewhere in the U.S. This was in Washington State, so not too far from here.
They're coming.
Yeah, so there are murder hornets, and heads up, they're on the way. And when they get word of that Thanksgiving candy corn, it's going to be all over for the United States.
Well, they like sugar. They're like most of those types of insects. Weather, Gina.
Well, we get a tiny bit of a break today, and it might be a tiny bit of a thunderstorm later. Just a tiny one. Don't get too excited, but it's enough to get us down below 100, and I will take that because it's been miserable. 96 for high.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We will be back to wrap this up. UtahAdvocates.com.
Listen, the advocates would like you to know if you have any trouble, if you've been in an accident, they are here to help. Now, they don't take every case, but they do take special cases, and you might be one of them. They've helped people in our office, Katie and our promotions guy, Sergeant Perez, both have turned to the advocates when they've been involved in accidents. If you've been injured because of somebody else's negligence, the advocates will be there to help. They offer virtual consultations on the phone, so almost every single bit of it can be handled remotely. No need to stress. Let the advocates deal with the insurance company so you can heal and you can get better. You don't pay a penny up front either. They will only charge you money if they get you a settlement, and then they will take a percentage of that. So it's the advocates. UtahAdvocates.com is the website that you want to go to, and you can find them also at 801-355-5550 and chat with an attorney online, The Advocates.
Have you tried the new open mic?
enjoying our food from Diversion Eatery, and I ordered a burger, as I often do, and on it they wrote Plain Jane. It really should be a Plain Gina.
Yeah.
If
It's why Gina was wondering why her hamburger had not gotten there quite. Carrie's food and my food was delivered quite promptly. Hers was a little behind time, and I said, well, it takes them a while to take everything off of it.
Yeah, it should be called the Plain Gina on the
They have
menu.
to strip it down. The stripped down version of what is a delicious hamburger.
Do you even let them put bacon on it, or was it just meat and bread
and in ketchup.
and ketchup?
That's it. And then I put a little A1 on it when it gets home.
And you say, you always say, well, I like it how I like it.
Yes.
And you're very firm about that. But you realize down deep inside that it's
what?
just that it's just ridiculous.
One of the things about the Diversion Eatery burger, their patties, and we talked to Ryan about this before. It's a special blend with special spices that you can't get anywhere else. And when you don't put anything else on it, then I am getting the full impact of that flavor.
It's a special blend of special spices, which are then amplified when you add grilled mushrooms and onions and a little bit of cheese and a nice toasted bun. And it makes all of those spices kind of come out and show themselves. And then you dip it in some gravy or pour some gravy over it.
Hey, Bill, it is what it is.
Yeah, you're right about that.
What kind of girl are you? Have you no shame?
It is what it... Now,
that's what I'm surprised you would say that, but you did.
Now, Carrie and I just overheard a conversation between you and your wife, and I think we can weigh in on this.
Yes.
Patio heater. You heard that.
Yes. So
She I think we should get a patio heater.
We just got one for our backyard, so we can continue to see family into the fall.
Into the autumn.
Yeah, because we're not having people over inside the house for anything. But if you have a patio, and it's kind of weird when it's 100 degrees outside, but soon you'll need that.
Yeah, we bought two just recently, plus we have our little fire pit out there as well, so we should be covered. You should order those pretty soon, though, Bill, because they're running out.
They're running out of the fire, or the.
They
heat.
may be hard
so
to get.
I don't want a fire pit because we've just become anti-burning. We're not going to burn anything.
Oh, this is propane.
Oh, it's that's great.
It's a heater.
Yeah. And so the kind of heaters you buy, are they propane, just little propane powered?
It's the same little tank like you get for a grill, and but if you think about it, restaurants are buying them because they're all trying to do the patio seating, and a lot of people are buying them for their backyards. So get one.
I can
as
always
soon as you
tell when it's fall in my neighborhood because the folks over on Bueno start burning garbage. You know. Start burning garbage in their fire pits outside and having a good time, you know. And they just you can just tell they throw anything in there. You know.
Well, you need to warn them about the spider mite ghosts then.
Yeah.
Whatever they're burning, if they're roasting marshmallows or cooking hot dogs over that fire, it's getting in them.
I think it would behoove me when they're doing that to stay as far away as possible. So
I think we got all business taken care of.
I'm looking to see all the notes here. Yeah,
I might have something here. We need
got to
to
finish
mention.
up. Got to finish up national radio today, and I think probably a good way to do that would be to make sure that any radio you still have left in your house is working. Please.
Well, speaking of radio, we have a radio event I need to tell you about.
Oh, okay.
It's the Larry H. Miller Used Car Supermarket X96 Fake Festival Volume 4. It's happening August 29th from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., and you will have another chance to build your dream lineup. Who do you want to see at the Fake Festival? You need to tell us. You go to x96.com and you can build your dream lineup for the Larry H. Miller Used Car Supermarket. That's also a place to go if you want to vote on the Park City Restaurants cocktail contest. That's going on through the end of the month as well.
You have to be 21 to vote for that.
Yes, but any age to submit your suggestions for the Fake Festival.
All right.
Well, I'm going to submit my suggestions then.
You should.
Vote early and vote often. That's what I say.
That's the key.
What about radio? You'll have to take radio the way it is.
All right. Let's do the promo, and we can crawl out of here.
Go finish our lunch. We are coming to the end of the week, so make sure you don't miss Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Oh, we have the best damn question happening at 7:45. But you know, I've looked through the little questions that we have, the few that we have, and we really need some better questions. So send them to radiofromhell at x96.com.
And you know, the more interesting or fun the question is, the more likely we will answer it.
And then, just after that, at 8, Jimmy Santangelo will be here with us to have another drink and talk about the Utah Wine Festival that's coming up.
Finish out your week with Radio from Hell on X96.
Sorry, that hamburger made me a little slow and logy. It's kind of jumpy there. Kind of like, what? Oh, huh?
You read part of my lines,
I
which
know.
I didn't mind, frankly, but
it was on accident.
Let's see. Ronnie Woods has been painting.
The Rolling Stone?
Yeah.
What's he?
Since he's
What's
been
his subject?
in the pandemic, I can't see the pictures here, but they're going to be on display at an exhibit in England.
Well, let's go.
So maybe you
we
should
have taken up painting? I
That's
feel
what I was
like I
gonna
should have
say.
taken up painting.
Maybe one of us should take up painting.
I'll take up painting. There's a lot of trim and baseboards that need done around here.
All righty.
I'll take up some painting.
Get on that. Okay, I think we're good. Fine job, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Keep on churning till the butter comes.
Corey is next.
Kicking off nothing but great tunes for 60 minutes.